Good evening, everyone. Welcome to America's Third Party. My name is Sarah Hart, and today is July 9th, 2015. So this is America's Third Party. I represent David Sponheim, who is running for President of the United States. He will be here shortly. And you can come and talk to us, well, chat with us, I should say, live at vonlive.tv/third party. Now it's just going to, let's see, I have some videos behind me. I just have to bring them up. Here we go. There we go. Forgot to take off that. All right, so it is exciting today. Oh, I know. I'm doing fantastic. I hope you are all doing fantastic as well. Thank you very much. Yes, David, actually, I believe Scissor Fight was the one that made that introduction to our show, and David's been playing it, so it's been really lovely, and it's so nice to be broadcasting on more than one channel. I mean, I do really like our Vaughn channel, but it's nice to be multiple places, so we're able to do this show on YouTube and a couple other channels as well. All right, I'm going to just open up those channels so I can monitor the chat over there and over here. Fantastic. Now, one of the things that we like to do at this channel is talk about news, politics, current events. Some people were asking me earlier what is my source of news. I personally like to use the Google News feed only because they draw from multiple sources and it's pretty up to date. So, and I'm not, as many people know, I'm not a big fan of the certain conspiracy news sites. So I tend to I personally tend to stick with Google. All right. Like quantum physics in more than one place at the same time. Exactly. So now if the flag, in South Carolina, there's been a lot of talk about removing the Confederate battle flag from the grounds of the State House, and they are also talking about South Carolina might be hosting the college playoffs. And Boehner in the U.S. House is calling for a Confederate review. The Greek economy is still under siege with fears that the worst is coming. So there's a deadline this coming Sunday for either reaching a bailout deal or being completely exited from the Eurozone. They already know Greece's economy is on the brink of collapse, but this gives the opportunity for Greece to actually rebuild their economy from the ground up, rethink everything about their economy. That's what I would say that they should start doing, is rethinking how they do things, which would be pretty interesting. Yeah, so yesterday, Wednesday, both the New York Stock Exchange, the Wall Street Journal, and other places like United Airlines all suffered from computer glitches all on the same day. Are they all going through the same routers? Something that kind of makes you a little suspicious. One person said, many of them said that are not, there was no hacking involved, but they say obviously we're over reliant on the technology. Okay. Kind regards, businessman. Yes, I understand you're not involved in any troll attacks on our room. Thank you. Oh. Yes. Okay. If they take the Confederate flag, they can stick up the Jolly Roger instead, like those pirate flags. That's pretty hilarious. But I wonder, usually it does take a little longer to investigate whether there was some kind of hacking involved or something like that. So we will see. Now, at the same time, this is just coming out from Reuters about an hour ago, that millions of Americans, even more, are hit by government personnel data attack. So there was a breach about a week ago or something, that they said many government personnel were hacked, and now they're saying that a lot more have been hacked as well. Millions, in fact. Now they're still in talks with Iran. Kerry is saying the U.S. is in no rush to get Iran deal going. It's pretty. I personally believe that we should not be in any kind of arrangement where we're giving Iran money. And the last I heard about this deal is that we were giving Iran money to say they wouldn't have nuclear weapons for a year, but after the year's up, they can have all the nuclear weapons they wish.
Yeah,
Here you go.
exactly.
Here's the man of the hour, David John Sponheim.
Thank you. Have we started our show yet?
Yes.
Oh, good. Oh, great. Oh, wow.
All the shows are up and going.
Up and running. Wow. I just got out of the hot tub. Well, it's actually a swim spa. You want to sit down, or you want to?
Yeah, I'll go jump in the hot tub.
Go. Yeah, take a swim spa. Here's some apple juice for you if you want. Thank you. Yeah, I'm trying to remain more limber, and I've been trying yoga. And I've tried yoga throughout my life. But as you get older, you get a little, you have to remain limber. So. Oh, thank you, DT Laura. You stopped by just to stop your show just to see us. Thank you. How is your show going? Are you enjoying it? It's great to do broadcasting. It's really quite fun. She did a great opening. I'd be proud. Thank you. Well, I'm a little concerned because I'm not really prepared to talk about anything except the stock market. It went up 33 points today. Isn't that great?
Down like 200 yesterday.
I know. It's rebounding. I think the fact that they artificially propped silver down and gold down, because they're keeping so much paper silver and paper gold that isn't backed by precious metals in the market, which keeps the price of silver and gold down artificially. So I'm going to go ahead and adjust my camera. That's what I'm having a problem with. And the Chinese money is becoming more and more fake, and people around the world are realizing that China has been bolstering the value of their market just to make sure that people buy their products. Pretty slick move, huh? But it's starting to, cave in. I'm scrolling up. No talk about Trump today? No. We're tired of elitists talking about Mexican Americans and Mexicans is, yeah, a lot of issues to discuss. Yes, indeed. Okay, I think I went through the whole chapter. Good. Good. I'm glad you're not involved in any troll attacks. Thank you, businessman. Hello. All right, we're good to go. Yeah, I see that. All right. We are all trying to solve the problems in the country individually. Trump is the leading Republican candidate. He's not going away. Oh, well, please. If he wins the nomination, I would love to go head to head with him and Hillary in a debate. I would love to. Give me the Donald. You're fired. That's what I'll do. Hey, I'm going to talk lower today because I know that my mic was clipping last night and the night before. We tried this new Chinese mic we bought for $30 online. I said, Sarah, I better get a dynamic mic. Something that, focuses on my voice. And I saw it for $30, so I said, go for it. The other one was a really good USB-driven mic as well. But for some reason, it was clipping. Yeah. Move away from the mic? Okay. Yeah, because it's basically pointed at my mouth, so you can hear me better. Great. What do you think about the New York Stock Exchange and the Wall Street Journal possibly being hacked Wednesday? Coincidence? They denied so fast, usually takes longer to investigate such things. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, the denial is a telltale sign that their response was obvious, that they knew it was going to happen. It's pretty obvious, too, that this anonymous statement that came out on the blog that the stock market was going to take a big dip, preceding the stock market dip, is just the government saying, hey, we're going to take a big dip here. It's a good time to deflate. Especially considering China has already deflated. But if they were going to deflate like China was deflating, it would be a rapid decline, much faster. So they probably put the brakes on a few trading accounts like Wall Street Journal. Or, excuse me, Wells Fargo. Thank you. And they blame the hackers in denial of possible tech problems. Yeah, that happens all the time. And Anonymous is really kind of co-opted, I believe. It's safe to say that the technology involved in internet hacking is so available now across the globe that I'm sure the government got involved in Anonymous. I mean, why wouldn't they? They have unlimited funds. Think about the logic behind this. They have unlimited funds. They can buy any hacker. Pretty much people like money. They know they can control the entire hacker world and then propose stories. And I even believe that WikiLeaks has been co-opted as well. I don't even believe that Edward Snowden is a legitimate leak. I almost think that it's part of the controlled opposition and purposely linking that the NSA has been watching us and listening to our Skype communications just to get a reaction out of the American people. What a better way to release information that people want to, obviously, and the government want to know what your reaction is going to be. Will you even care? See, the more they think that we're moot, inert objects sitting at home like globs watching TV going, the more they're going to realize that this country is highly manipulatable. And they're going to continue to walk all over our rights. And people like Donald Trump are going to scare the living daylights out of you into making you think that somehow you need a guy with big money to save our nation, when in fact he's made most of his money by just bankrupting his companies. 4 bankruptcies. Yeah, remember Aaron Swartz? Yeah. Talk about technology. He spearheaded the Reddit website as well as the RSS feeds. He even had a program he was developing called Strongbox, which would have given anonymous journalism a new meaning. I mean, people would have been able to put all of their things in a locked box for perpetuity. No one could get to it. Aaron Swartz had a very, very strange death. His girlfriend, or his fiance, said that he was really upbeat about going into that lawsuit. He was already preparing a couple $1 million to prepare for the lawsuit. And he was going to beat it. He thought he was. Well, that date, the day that he was so upbeat, he ended up killing himself? Hanging himself? I mean, what? The government said it was because he was going to face 30 years in prison, so. But he was coming up with proprietary software that would have protected all of us from the prying eyes of the NSA or the CIA or the FBI. Now, I can understand why some perpetrators of bad crimes like fraud and child molestation, child pornography would want software like that. So I can understand why the NSA is concerned. But why did Aaron have to die? Why did the government have to take that case to a whole other level, prosecuting him, when in fact MIT said they were willing to drop the charges completely? But the Justice Department said, no, we're going to prosecute this guy. So yeah, they went after him because he was a genius and he was coming up with some great software. All right. Yeah, people that use a VPN service use WebTrack Blocker, a flash control, Silverlight control, HTML cookie remover, HTML5 control cookie remover. Yeah, these are the utilities that you can use to actually save your computer from attack. It's true. We don't even broadcast on Skype anymore, technologically speaking, because it is so dangerous. Once you start accepting contacts, anyone who accepts your contact will see your IP address, and then they'll DDoS you. So we stopped Skype completely. It's so leaky, yeah. And you know what's really weird? Microsoft doesn't even care. They don't even care that they've got this massive leak. I know a guy who works at Microsoft's security division for Skype. He's like 60 years old and he talks like he knows everything. But when you get down to it, he doesn't know anything. He's just been talking his way into his job for years. He's like, he knows what to say at the right time to tell the bosses, oh yeah, I'm on it, oh yeah, oh yeah. Mitch wants to take down the statues. Okay, help me with that. Mitch, the guy, who's Mitch again? Hi, Scissor Fight. We're going to do a little Google translation of a Chinese expression that came into our room just now. We're going to process it. We come with more hackers. We will take all your information you finished. That's what we said. They said that. So they just came into our room right now. These people are from China. I mean, why wouldn't they be? They're guests, right? Unidentifiable, this is what they said. So we have a lot to be concerned about hackers. Look at that. Wow. This August, what's happening? New tech coming in August for computer conference DEF CON 23 in Vegas. Oh my gosh, Sarah, August, DEF CON 23. We got to go. Would that be a great place to have a rally? Maybe we could rent a banquet room at the MGM Grand. What do you say? You like that? I can't pay for your fare, but what do you mean I wouldn't be allowed in? I can get in anywhere. Okay, thank you. What, I don't have clearance or something? Is that what you're saying? Are you telling me I don't have clearance? 200 a person? Yeah, okay. Well, it's certainly important, don't you think? It's a hacking conference. Brand new speakers corner post on defcon.org, hackers in healthcare. Wow. You know, I don't want to be associated with hackers. Yeah. I don't even want to go. I just want to go to a nice technology conference. Can't you just take me someplace fun? I've listened to people talk about internet security. I listened to one expert from Ireland. He was so in love with himself that all he could do was hit on every woman in the entire area. Go to Radio Shack. Oh, Radio Shack's cutting edge, yeah. Statue paying homage to Satan to be unveiled in Detroit. Oh my gosh. What is this world coming to? The Satanic Temple Detroit chapter is getting ready to unveil a controversial sculpture in Detroit. You know, I don't even want to pay homage to that. I cannot pay homage to that. I'm sorry. I mean, if I want to do that, I'd take you into the bowels of hell right now. Would you like to do that? Because we could go into the bowels of hell. It doesn't really matter to me. I mean, I'm always prepared to enter into the bowels of hell in order to pull out the truth. You ready to go in? we go.
Now, when I was down there, I saw a vat of fire. Huge vat of fire with liquid boiling hot lava and God's eternal judgment.
Okay, here we go.
With liquid boiling hot lava and God's eternal judgment. With liquid boiling hot lava and God's eternal judgment.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're in the bowels of hell right now, and we're going to take a look at the statue here. A statue paying homage. Ma'am, can you shut up? I hear that. Statue paying homage to Satan to be unveiled in Detroit, everyone. Look at this. The Satanic Temple, Detroit chapter. Oh, this is bizarre. I mean, okay, protected by freedom of speech, yes. But they're going to put this temple in the area of the Satanic Temple. Said the statue is intended to complement and contrast the Ten Commandments monument that already resides in Oklahoma State Capitol grounds. All right, so they're trying to I know that they were trying to get their statue approved for Oklahoma, and they didn't get it, so now they're a little pissed off. The temple also said the event will serve as a call to arms to kick off a fight in the name of individual rights to exercise against self-serving theocrats. Okay, they're upset at the Judeo-Christian world for believing in God. We're in the cauldron, everybody. God's eternal fire. Hey, would anyone like to have a sound effect of the sound, the actual sound of hell while we're here? Wouldn't that be fun? Eternal. Okay, here it is. Hell sounds from Siberia diggings. Do it. I mean, if we're going to be in the bowels of hell, we might as well be there. Hearing the eruptions of gas. You do?
I warn you, this could scare you.
Uh-oh.
Here's the email. Dear Art Bell.
Yeah.
I just recently began listening to your radio show and could not believe it when you talked about the sounds from hell tonight.
Wow.
My uncle had told me this story a couple of years ago, and I didn't believe him. Like one of your listeners who discounted the story as nothing more than just a religious newspaper fabricated account. The story about the digging, the hearing of the sounds from hell is very real. It did occur in Siberia.
My uncle collected videos of on the paranormal, supernatural. He passed away fairly recently, but he would have loved your show. He let me listen to one of the audio tapes that he had on the sounds from hell in Siberia, and I copied it. It wasn't.
Somebody said it sounds like a sale at Walmart. It does sound pretty creepy, doesn't it? That's the YouTube link if you want to check out the sounds from hell yourself, folks. But I'm not ready for Halloween yet right now. I'm still having Christmas in July. I'm going to go out shopping for something nice for myself. Like, I'll go to the dollar store and get a real nice gift for myself. Something that'll treat me, you know. Like a bullhorn for $1 that'll blow out my eardrums. I saw that package from China recently. They have a $1 bullhorn. I would visit hell in order to take on Satan and beat him at his terrible, evil ways. Absolutely. If you believe you're doing the right thing and you're good, you don't need to worry about the cauldron of hell. All right? The truth shall set you free. But this isn't a religious show.
Lava and God's eternal judgment with liquid boiling hot lava.
All right.
And God's eternal judgment.
I think we've had enough of her too. I'm as hot as that fire, yeah. All right, we're having a good time today. This is that was really disturbing. Okay, any other links that are relevant, like the world's biggest aircraft will soon take off, everybody. This is a technology that's just growing and growing. Big airliners. And it's a good lead to my talk and discussion about the blimp plane idea, which is a revolutionary new idea I came up with. I'd love to talk about it. David, you said Anonymous is part of the U.S. government? Yeah, it is. So is WikiLeaks. You can't figure that out? Hey, Ed, welcome to the show. I muted the narration. So you don't believe that story about the sounds of hell? You can listen to it yourself. If you go to heaven, you're going to take of Jesus' sandals and what? Oh, wow. That won't be let's not get into a religious discussion tonight. I just don't think it's that important. Even though they're going to be putting up a statue of Satan in Detroit. I mean, how bad can Detroit get? I mean, seriously. I mean, really. And why did they pick Detroit? Yeah, I mean, it's just the worst city in the world. I mean, hello. No, I'm not. Ed, just stop making up stories. Oh, by the way, that Airbus that crashed into the side of the mountain in the Swiss Alps, in the French Alps, excuse me, there still is no confirmation audio of the captain getting locked out of the cockpit. Still, to this day. No confirmation audio of that ever happening. So it's very likely that the CERN reactor, which is only 120 miles away from the crash site, may very well have had a major effect on that flight, and they don't want liability. 150 souls died that terrible day, splattered across the countryside, or the Swiss Alps. You know what I'm saying. Okay. Google News, the Chinese stock meltdown that makes the Greek saga look trivial. This is perhaps the most powerful story, riveting story about controlling your economy and the pitfalls of having a controlled currency. It could happen to America, so let's just not look down upon the Chinese, because we too are printing up money rapidly to cover our debt and to continue to finance the operations of our country. But what happened here is, by any standard, the sell-off in Chinese stocks over the past month has been epic. Here's a look at the turmoil by numbers. The Shanghai Stock Market Composite Index has lost 28% since its peak on June 12th. The worst sell-off in 2 decades. So yeah, this is going to have ramifications, and it's going to be bringing into question the theory that China is the strongest industrial production leader in the world. It climbed back up again? Okay, good. We love you, Shrek. Oh, yes, we do. We love you, Shrek. Oh, yes, we do. I don't know if anyone here told you that the Kenny Stabler quarterback played for Oakland Raiders passed away today. Kenny Stabler died? No kidding. He was 69 years old? Wow. That's sad. I remember when he was a spokesman on the TV show, Sports. Kenny Stabler, everybody. One of the best quarterbacks of our time. Ken Stabler, Raiders legend. Wow. Has died at the age of 69. Let me put third party up here.
Coach, this is Steve Weich, and I mentioned earlier being around a lot of Raiders fans and some of that Raiders brotherhood, which is probably deeper than any brotherhood we see of former players and coaches in the NFL. The Pro Football Hall of Fame conversation with Kenny Stabler. I know a lot of folks are upset that he's not, he's enshrined, that he's not enshrined in Canton.
Was he having sex when he passed on? Does anybody know? You're just making that up. Hell Thursday. This is Technology Thursday here. His death was confirmed by Fox WBRC via University of Alabama spokesman through a statement from the Stabler family that he died of colon cancer, everybody. I'm sorry to hear that. And they say it's one of the most preventable cancers out there. If you just want somebody to stick a pipe 5 feet up your ass. Okay. Father Buccaneers C.J. Wilson says he lost 2 fingers in a fire. Oh, man. Man, tell me some more bad news. I'll bring on the gates of hell if you want. Big Dave. Hey, Wacko Wally. If you're wondering why our kind of show is subdued today, it's because we're trying to remain calm during the complete collapse of our economy. Even though everything seems fine on the outside, it's not. It's not fine. No, I'm perfectly non-self-medicated. But things aren't really going well. I mean, there's a lot of bad things happening in the world. I don't want to get into detail other than to tell you we've got meat that literally is alive. Technology has finally screwed us over royally. Look at this meat. Maybe disturbing for all of you to look at. See that? It's living. That is nightmarish. Yeah. So if you see the meat moving at the market, it's the new branded GMO meat that is alive. So it grows and lives on its own. And when you're eating it, it's alive too. All the individual ingredients are alive. It's like eating toxic waste. I know. So why would a person eat meat and get colon cancer? I mean, there's a strong correlation between a high beef diet and male prostate cancer and colon cancer. And also, if you're from down south of the border and you like a lot of habaneros, lot of habanero peppers, and a lot of people who eat peppers down south of the border have a higher incidence of colon cancer too. So you may want to lay off those habaneros. Just little tips so that all of you can not get those bad disease. Okay, so obviously health is really important. So I have an idea that will help our country actually save itself by exercising its waste off and create electricity at the same time. It's very simple, really. It's technology that's already out there, available, Stairmasters that are capable of actually generating electricity. This is called parasitic kinetic generators. And these things could actually be put in gyms so that you could actually pay for your membership fee by working off your calories. Wouldn't that be a cool idea? Get a discount. I'm all about discounts. People call me Discount Dave. Well, actually, you know, you said do moving steaks make cows obsolete. Actually, in a way, you're right, they do. They're developing a brand new chicken for McDonald's that'll be grown in a petri dish. And it'll taste just like chicken McNuggets. And you know what's really weird? Sarah actually said she likes the idea. Yeah, and I'm trying to convince her that it's not. But hey, to each his own, right? She doesn't want to eat hot dogs because she thinks there's beef byproducts. But she said it's okay to eat GMO chicken grown in a petri dish. I know. Yummy. Wacko Wally says something very important. We're all going to die of cancer! Thank you, Wacko Wally. Yeah. I don't know. You know, maybe some people are okay with the idea of genetically modified food. I'm not. And this party stands against it in general. But there are some cases where genetically modified food might be important, like Soylent Green, where it is people. You got my vote, man? Thank you. I saw my vote going away to Donald Trump, and I thought, will Donald Trump ever stop GMOs? No. Will he ever end the Fed? No. Will he ever legalize pot? No. And I knew then that I'm not in favor of Donald Trump. And I don't need some rich guy to tell all us poor people that we're not going to get any money. Okay, that's the last thing I need for a president right now. I mean, 8 years of Bush and 7 going on 8 years of the puppet Obama, all controlled by the corporate New World Order. And then come along, then here comes Donald Trump, who acts like he's the new voice of America when he doesn't even know what it's like to buy milk at Walmart because you can't afford to buy it anywhere else. You know how demoralizing that is? My mic is awful. God. Okay, let's try plugging in another one. Hang on. Hold on. Let's do this again. Let's go through the whole rigmarole again. So I just don't believe that this perfectly good AT2020 mic is bad or broken or something. I just cannot believe that. I just refuse to believe that a $160 mic is not good. I'm going to plug in the old one. Thank you. Well, let's be clear. Testing. Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. What about now? Testing 1 2 3. How about now? Testing 1 2 3. Okay. Better? Better? 1 2 3. Sounds good. Okay, we might much better. Okay. Because I didn't like this cheap Chinese strike-off mic that I got. It's like a really low-end USB mic. $31 delivered. Sounds great? Okay. Well, I'm glad they're trying to troll me because I wanted to go back to the better mic. This works really kind of well on my road trips. This actually melds with my laptop better than the AT2020. Okay, are you thinking working out? No, what's going on behind me? Hey guys, I know you all have rigor mortis and you're standing still for me, but could you please turn around? Wouldn't it be great if somebody got turned around right there and actually started talking to us? Come on, get the lead out. Well, these are parasitic stairmasters. In other words, when you work out, they're generating electricity. Isn't that cool? I just think that's the wave of the future, man. Parasitic generators, that's right. You feel incredible? What are you, on ecstasy or something? Yeah, they can't turn around. They all have chips in their brain. That's okay. I can install multiple me's. I have the power, Mr. Anderson. Mr. Anderson. Hello, Mr. Anderson. Welcome to the show. Yeah, let's get some active people in the room here. There we go. I believe in miracles. I can't believe I got Sarah to take a spa. You know, that's great, isn't it? Okay, I'll be doing the dancing in the background. And if you want me to talk, I have the ability to duplicate. I will be controlling the operations from over here. Mr. Anderson, wouldn't it be great if farts could be turned into renewable energy? I think you're onto something there. Yeah, if we could remove the smell, that would be great. We can generate electricity when a woman bleep, 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 bleep. No. Mr. Anderson, it's the smell of these parasitic generators, Mr. Anderson. It's a smell of sweaty asses working out. It's a stench, Mr. Anderson. A stench of people burning calories, getting rid of their fat gut, Mr. Anderson. See, this is a solution for our entire school system. That's right. You can imagine how cool this would be. I don't even have the hot tub video in archives. It's on YouTube. All of my videos, 6,000 hours, are speckled onto YouTube. I've got all kinds of videos out there, almost 300 videos now. Make this background okay. I'm starting to feel strange things happen to my body while I look at that. That's highly inappropriate. You won't get many votes preaching exercise. Okay, I better turn everybody here into couch potatoes. All right, well, let's get back to what really matters. How about if we do something different, you know? Not in the U.S.? Yeah, we got to be able to do something different, like solar. What's this? I can't even read it. Furnishing every home in America with solar panels would cost less than the Iraq and Afghanistan wars combined, and would save taxpayers more than 162, are you serious, $1 billion a year. Why isn't this being funded? Well, this is what we're concerned about. The fact that our government has put so much money into the Iraq and Afghanistan wars, we've actually come up with a way in which we could actually come up with brand new solar technology. And we have this plan combined with our homestead renewal plan to create Solar panels that roll out on the rooftop like carpeting. Roll out the solar panel, we're gonna have a good time. So this could be your house and your solar rooftop. Isn't that great? I'm here. The talking house. Megyn Kelly's looking good. Oh, okay. Are you keeping her fresh for me so when I interview her, she'll be nice and frisky? Good. Thank you very much. Thank you for keeping Megyn fresh for me. Let's trust the government to fix what they created. Oh yeah, you believe the government's ever going to do anything? Right? Not with the existing two-party leaders. I don't think they'd ever do it. Robot baby learns how to express human emotions. This should be interesting.
It has the face of a boy, can smile, look sad,
Robot
even
baby
angry.
bubber bubber
The
jabber.
Edison is part of a series.
Is this? It's legal for me to do this without showing kids on the screen, right? Robots are not kids, so I can show the baby robot. Is that okay?
Robots learning not just how to express human emotions, but develop
Phone line's drawn, yeah.
relationships with people.
Fully available.
What may sound like the plot of a sci-fi movie is right now in the works at UCSD.
We will
Diego
decriminalize
The way we
prostitution.
teach Diego-san to make a good smile is not by telling him move this one, move
Obama
this
is backing
one. What we do is
Pepsi?
We record a lot of
Oh
infants,
man, I thought he was on coke.
and then we take that data and we feed it to Diego-san.
The technology works similar to the one already in use in social media websites to recognize your friends' faces. For example, if Diego Sanded
That's kind of freaky, considering it looks a lot like me. Baby Dave. Hello everyone. I will be your host today. My name is Baby Dave, and I'm here for you every day. And I meet and comply with all the Digital Copyright Millennium Act controls. I am over 18. Sorry. I was having fun. So the robot baby learns how to express human emotions. Isn't that amazing? It slices, it dices, it makes mounds and mounds of tears. David, what is your opinion on MTV's documentary called White People? I saw that, man. I noticed it was done by a black man. And I might say that it's a little racist. You know, it's totally slanted in one direction. It's interviews with all kinds of black people about white people. I just find that to be the most slanted, racist video on earth. All robots, what must be. You can't destroy all robots. You're not going to be able to. They're going to keep replicating beyond your wildest imagination. In fact, Elon Musk, the guy who is creating the Tesla and Tesla companies and SpaceX and all that, Elon Musk is openly investing $18 million in stopping artificial intelligence. Tomato Girl, I'm okay with anybody who wants to keep a flag up if they want. It's called freedom of speech and is guaranteed under our Constitution. So Confederate flags are no big deal. Doing blackface video, which I did, is no big deal. The drones will be taking away our freedom. I agree. We should not have surveillance drones. We should not. Only the government should be doing this outside of our country, like looking at our border with Mexico. This could be a surveillance drone line down here. We could be we'd also build a fence along the border. The power team, I don't know. I don't even know what is the power team. Nobody even knows what that means. David, you just lost my vote and all of the votes of the Mexican lawn workers who work for me. Wow. What did I say? You want robots? Yeah, those robot drones, yes. I will tell Sarah that the phone lines are disconnected. She probably set the things so it won't work. She did a lot of work on it last night. I heard that there's a McDonald's opening up run by robots. Yeah, it's called a coin machine. And you walk in and you put a coin in the machine or a dollar bill in the machine. and it spits out a burger. I mean, hello? I mean, the whole world is being run by robots. Sorry, I had to dust the floor there with my sneeze. Yeah, I actually have a picture of a really cool robot that you can buy from Husqvarna right now. No, you wish it was a bong hit. No, this is a really cool robot. Husqvarna makes it. It's a solar hybrid robot. Check this out. But it's $3 grand.
The inspiration for this was to do a product for the future, for a greener future, and to do something that free up people's time, help them in their work in the garden, and also to do something really unique. You absolutely don't need to compromise on quality. The thing is that the cutting technique on this one, instead of wrapping off the grass straw, instead it's cutting it. So you will have a perfect lawn, and the quality is high quality end result. You will have a perfect lawn. The name, I think, speaks for itself. It's the Automover Solar Hybrid, which is the world's first solar hybrid. And it is silent, it is zero emission, and it is,
zero emission, silent.
It is an intelligent product. To put it simple, free up time. It's really like you put it out in the spring and you bring it in the fall or in the autumn. And that's more or less what you do. Then the Automover do the rest for you. I am very proud to be part of this project and this product. It's a great product. The more you use it, the more you love it.
Cool. I'm proud to be a part of it too. Yeah, I'm proud to even bring it into the show. I'm proud, period. Proud American. Yeah, I like the fact that Husqvarna's made it, but unfortunately American companies aren't making these things, you know. You don't see Harley Davidson making an electric power mower. You know, there's some improvements to be made. There's some areas that we can actually compete. Seriously, there's no sit-down electric mowers out there right now. I'm just telling you. None. You have any idea how many people would love to sit down on an electric mower and just go riding? I think it'd be so fun. Yeah, there's just a lot of things need to be, you know, moving forward. Can we talk about how Jared is fat again? Yes, Tomato Girl, thank you. We've noticed recent pictures of Jared in this review of his personal finances, data. Ah, you took a swim, great. Cool. Thank you. We know that Jared, his key guy, was involved in some child pornography. But now Jared has gained weight. And many people are wondering, did he just get used to that $3 million budget he was on and buy really nice stuff?
Buy really nice Subway sandwiches.
Well, guess what? We'll find out exactly why Jared's gaining weight when we have a micro air vehicle. Check them out.
Micro air vehicles, or MAVs, will play an important role in future warfare. The urban battle...
Hello? Battlefield, yeah.
Increase the warfighter's situational awareness and capacity to engage rapidly, precisely, and with minimal collateral damage. MAVs will be integrated into future Air Force layered sensing systems. These systems may be airdropped or hand-launched, depending on the mission requirements.
The mission requirement is to find Jared in a subway.
The small size of MAVs allows them to be hidden in plain sight. Once in place, an MAV can enter a low-powered extended surveillance mode for missions lasting days or weeks. This may require the MAV to harvest energy from environmental sources, such as sunlight, wind, or from man-made sources, such as power lines and vibrating machinery. It will blend in with its surroundings.
Well, that was fun. Yeah, I think we found out that Jared is a lot heavier in that picture. Micro air vehicles are for losers. You could stop this tech with ion generators, really? The fact is, folks, we're not going to be able to stop technology. Okay? Jared has...
Shrek, thank you.
Okay. We're not going to be able to stop the advance of technology. We know that for a fact. And last week, Sarah and I were having a very philosophical discussion about how man has been exploited for centuries for labor, and how labor and industry have evolved to create rich pigs who own everything, and how when we're no longer being exploited by labor as labor, and these rich pigs who own everything will be building computers and robots that control everything. Will it be important for us at all to be alive? Will the rich pigs really care about us? My house is under surveillance. I'm actually the person surveying it. I've got surveillance systems everywhere I go here. Wow, the Pentagon is banning media from covering domestic Jade Helm war games. Whoa. In a decision that's sure to fuel the many conspiracy theories swirling around Jade Helm, the Pentagon just announced that massive military exercise across the American Southwest will be conducted without media coverage. Okay, this dispels the belief that this is a psyops, unless this is a story advancing the psyops, making it even more secretive. Wow.
That link was posted in the chat room by Shrek.
Shrek, thank you,
Shrek. You guys can get that link.
David, you also enjoy our shows archived on YouTube. Please, if you could keep putting them up there. I'm trying to catch up watching them. Wow, thank you.
Thank you.
That's so cool. That's great news.
We are working on it 721 every day.
Every day we put them up
YouTube
there.
Right
yeah.
now.
We're on YouTube and we're recorded. It's great the way that YouTube is offering shelf space for videos, essentially. But this story about Jade Helm is really pushing the envelope on what the government's telling us and now what they're not telling us. Beginning next week, the U.S. Army Special Operations Command will conduct a huge military exercise involving 1,200 troops, continuing through September 15th. Latching onto slides published by the Military in March, which depict the state of Texas and Utah as hostile, conspiracy theorists have built upon a fear that Jade Helm is the U.S. government's way of preparing for martial law. And that's a good reason for people to be concerned, I think. Yeah. Let's take a look at Jared now. We have a picture of him. This before his computer was raided by the FBI, or is this during the raid?
Jared.
It's not Jared?
No,
sure looks like him.
Jared.
Tomato Girl, that sure looks like Jared. Okay, let's do a full-on search for Jared, because I think this is important right now, especially. Well, let's not waste any time. Jared 2015. There's a lot of Jareds out there, but they're not Jared. What's his last name?
Just go to news.
Okay, well, it's, you know, how about Jared Subway?
Fogle. F-O-G-L-E. That's his last name.
Fogle?
Fogle.
Fogle. All I can call him is Rich. He made like $3 million. Apparently there's no pictures of him thin, because the recent picture I saw him, though, he was really heavy in his, out there in front of the house when they were taking his computers. You notice there's no pictures?
There's one, the blue? I don't know.
He's not too heavy there. Let's stop picking on Jared, okay? He might even be innocent here in this whole event. Thank you. All right, let's move on. Well, there's a lot more to talk about besides Jared. Okay? Thanks. You see what's happening? Our brain is being completely sidetracked. It's either Caitlyn Jenner or Jared Fogle.
This is this weekend.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow. Oh, that's the thing going on. Yeah, we should do that. Yeah. Is that Sunday or Saturday?
11th and 12th.
Okay.
So that's Saturday and Sunday.
Yeah. There goes my long trip.
I know. Well, we don't have to do it.
Well, it used to be fun. Who's going to be playing? Scott Andrew? Is he going to be there?
No.
Oh, see, I only listen to Scott Andrew. Like, mostly jazz and Django and
This
bluegrass.
guy's really good.
Yeah, well, yeah, he is.
That guy was really good.
I heard him play. He's one of the best R&B guys I've heard.
And I like that kind of music.
Yeah, and that's Saturday. Oh, Sunday. Oh, yeah.
But we could go Saturday.
Yeah, he's not going to be playing that day, though. He is the top bill, actually. Okay, we're just talking about our event this weekend here on our island where we are. Chemtrails are freaking you out? Yeah. I'm glad I'm not talking about chemtrails tonight because sometimes I really get bored and disturbed by the whole discussion. The fact that nobody can do anything about it, it's like disturbing. You know, I'm going to get a new background because our show is getting a little bit old with that background. Let's something more technology oriented. Yeah, I was kind of coming to the conclusion today that the stock market is clearly been benefiting today, especially because of the drop in the price of silver. People are saying, well, if silver is dropping, why don't we want to wait and buy when it's dropping? You know, I mean, at $15 an ounce, it could very well be a big, huge purchase point right now for a lot of people. But when you see it dropping that fast, you begin to wonder, is it really dropping, or is it going to drop farther? Okay, I guess the high-end technology one is right here. There we go. Circuitry. It's amazing how they've micronized everything in the circuitry realm. I mean, it's almost unbelievable how small circuits have gotten. You can fit a circuit into a pinhead, and then the tip of the pin could be a circuit. Ooh, that's a good one. Ooh, I like that. Thanks. Yeah, I'm getting a little hungry, I think.
Okay.
I'm going to get up and get something to eat.
That's a good idea.
The Matrix Tut. That's pretty interesting. Kind of looks like really bad drapes.
Yeah.
You know, it doesn't even look like the Matrix to me.
Yeah. Okay.
We've got a better one than that. Okay, they claimed increased production? Yeah. Well, the whole Chinese economy has been fake for some time. Tonight's theme, Drud, is Technology Thursday, and it's appropriate that I should bring in our theme banner because I don't have it here. Let me bring that in. Hello there, Amber. You want to make an appearance? Amber
Yeah,
Bamber.
the micro resistors. I'm sure they would be hard to solder back on the boards.
Micro air vehicles.
Considering they're smaller than a piece of solder, some of them.
Go ahead. Good girl.
Really?
We got a cat in the house. I think we have a cat cam too. Thank you. Oops, sorry. You like Windows 10, really? The Anunnaki rule? Okay. Are you one of the Anunnaki who likes Windows 10? Oh, different people writing different things. Okay. The Anunnaki have taken over the technology of human beings, controlling every thought process through a form of transhumanism. By installing a chip in our president's head, it's amazing how transhumanism has kind of evolved. You know, not many people know that President Obama has a chip in his head, but I don't even know that. I can't verify it. Webcam. This is the webcam. There she is. Miss America. Okay. You don't? A list of companies was handed out on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange before trading began. CNN then pulls stories 5 hours later. Very suspicious. Wow. Scissor fight. Go ahead.
Just save, I guess.
There you go. Okay. This is our little kitty cat, everybody. She's going to be in the show for a while. I got that link. Thank you, Scissor Fight.
Where are you going, Amber?
No, she's fine. She just wants to get a comfy place to sit in front of the camera. There you go.
Exactly. Okay.
We're currently experiencing a technical issue that we're working to resolve as quickly as possible. We will be providing further updates as
let's take a look at that. Let's go live to that.
Okay. Just one moment.
Okay, here we go. This is a story that we were watching with you.
We can and are doing our utmost to produce a swift resolution, communicate thoroughly and transparently, and ensure a timely and orderly market reopen. Allison, just quickly. Traders are telling me that before the opening bell rang this morning at 9:30, the New York Stock Exchange actually gave out a list of many, many stocks about possibly problematic stocks. Now, what they mean by that, I'm still trying to figure out, but they included stocks across a wide range. The New York Stock Exchange actually gave out a list of many, many stocks about possibly problematic stocks. Now, what they mean by that, I'm still trying to figure out, but they included stocks across a wide range. They included Kate Spade, Nordstrom, Korea Electric Power. These were some of the companies on this list that the New York Stock Exchange distributed before the opening bell to the traders here in New York, here at the New York Stock Exchange. But then came this halt in trading.
This clip from CNN has since been removed from the internet. It appears that there was a list of problematic stocks that was circulated by the NYSE among stockbrokers, including large corporations. I find this suspicious, considering that the NYSE is meant to be impartial to all companies trading on their exchanges. As I have shown, the tech glitch was a fabrication that was accidentally exposed by this CNN reporter. But I believe the distribution of the list and subsequent shutdown of the NYSE was nothing more than a test run for what is coming in September.
Our audio's off. Thanks for that link. That's great. Wow. Problematic stocks. The New York Stock Exchange goes down. Exactly.
Yeah, that's very strange.
Dave, how come Dukes of Hazzard is banned from TV and the Jefferson 8? I know. Jefferson's made fun of women and white folks. Dukes of Hazzard never put down anybody of color or made fun of a woman. Why a double standard? Because our nation is being run by the Ashkenazi Jews. They're trying to push us deep into a state of fear. Fear of the opposite race. It's weird. Love of cheap porn. I mean, the whole thing is completely twisted. We don't care what happened with Bruce Jenner. That's all a diversion. Yeah, take your money out of the banks, 1929 all over again. Wow. Isn't that crazy? Well, if there's a rush on the banks, you can rest assured that the banks will go down for a while. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy. If everybody starts taking their money out of the banks will go collapse for a while. They'll shut down. And then the FDIC, which does not have a very strong reserve fund, will be kind of held out in abeyance, wondering what the hell is going to go on. I talked to David Barr of the FDIC about 5 years ago. I called him on the phone. And he actually told me that the FDIC had a reserve fund of $40 billion sitting around, but they hadn't secured 1.3% of the debt that they claim they've insured. I said, well, you have to have 1.3% of the debt you've collateralized or guaranteed and secured with insurance, FDIC insured. And he said, well, yeah, I know that, but we still have about 40 billion to play with. And I thought to myself, the money market accounts, which are not insured, total about 24 trillion. You look at the insured accounts, they must be worth at least that much. So they got 40 billion to cover 24 trillion. Something's not right here. Yeah, he said whatever. Yeah, basically. He just kind of told me whatever he thought. It's really interesting. He was very candid with me about how they didn't have any money. It's like, okay. And he knew that I could do nothing as an average citizen. It's not like I could make a phone call to somebody and say, hey, I'm a little worried about my FDIC insurance plan with my bank. Yeah. And a lot of you don't have a lot of money to keep in banks. You see how you're already way ahead of the game. He knew I was a future president. I must have sounded like that. Hi, this is the future president of the United States talking to you right now. I'd like to ask you a couple questions, if that's okay. He must have known that he had to tell me the truth. I extract the truth from people. Hey, thank you, Super Dave. Keep the faith, everybody. We'll get there eventually. Yeah, the FDIC could cover normal insurance, but if there's a run on the banks, don't expect to get anything. Except there would be a promissory note or something, probably. Shout out to you, Dave, from North Carolina. Hey, North Carolina, thank you. Thanks for coming in.
Fantastic.
Well, Sarah's going to fill the show in, and maybe you can talk about some brand new technologies. I'm going to put together an image slideshow of cool technologies that may stimulate your mind during this show.
You don't have to right now. I can talk about technologies while you're gone.
Yeah, I know, but if you want to pull from this list, it's kind of fun. What I do is I just set up like a thing here. It's no big thing. It's just a cool technology thing.
Cool. Awesome candy cane. Yes, you can think about all kinds of technologies in the garden of your mind.
Yeah.
Salt clock.
I showed you the parasitic generator.
Salt clock.
Salt clock. Oh, yeah. Where is it?
It says salt clock, S.
Oh, salt clock. Ooh, neat.
I don't know what that is.
Yeah, zipper phones. And the last one is the toilet car?
No.
No. We'll pass on the toilet car. Ooh, I like that table tennis plan. Okay, so what we're going to do is give you a slideshow, like 10 seconds each, to replace me. You guys can talk about whatever you're looking at or whatever. I'll be right back.
Okay. I have to say, my favorite tech website, I like Mashable and CNET. Mashable.com is a pretty cool tech site. It's been around at least as long as we've been around. So, the South Carolina governor signed the bill to remove the Confederate flag. No, Drag King. NASA names its first commercial crew astronauts. Those are pretty cool. Zipper shoes. The shoe debate is the new dress. Is the dress. So there's someone's taken to the internet about asking for fashion color advice, and she asked her followers to pick which color best matches her pair of pumps. That's pretty crazy. Okay, never mind on that story. That's kind of bizarre. You tried walking in some of those pink slippers, you forgot to unplug them, cost you a new computer, and your wife went mental because you're wearing her slippers. Aren't those the slippers you can plug them in and they heat up or something? David was probably looking at him so that he could get them for me for some birthday. That was pretty cool, the jeans and the little phone inside your jeans. These are like solar charging stations for cars. What is this? A solar... Oh, it's at day it provides shade, and at night it provides a reading light. Oh, it's a door that turns into a ping pong table. I do own a smartphone, but I'm not smart enough to use it. Or these zipper earbuds. That's pretty smart. I've only used my smartphone to make phone calls and text. I actually haven't used anything on my smartphone. I do have an Android tablet that I do use, but the smartphone that I have is a Windows phone. So yeah, you teach me how to use everything. It's true. So I'm working on learning how to use my Windows phone. I'm more of a Google girl, I have to say. You've always dreamed of a door that turned into a ping pong table, and now you can have one. And this is a little bicycle. People that are bike fanatics can put on. Bikers and hikers can wear these. Yes, I mean, it's truth regime. It's like, I suppose I could figure out how to use my smartphone, but I just haven't. Did I see the solar airplane that landed in Hawaii last week? No, but I've heard about that. Isn't that a drone? And it's, it lands. Wait, when you say Windows phones are sick, though, do you mean sick in like a positive term, like our totally radical awesomeness? Or do you mean sick as in they need help and need repair? The positive? Positive? Okay, so now I've got to get you guys to teach me how to use my Windows phone if you think it's sick. Why are they so sick? What's cool about them? I should bring in my Windows phone and it should be like, teach Sarah how to use her phone. This is supposedly a salt clock. It runs on salt water. I like that. Windows phone face palm. Well, I mean, I don't know. It was just an okay. It was a pretty good phone. Is which one Dave's car? This one is not Dave's car. I don't think he has Dave's car. Yes, I think it is a Windows 8 phone. It's a Windows phone. I know it has games on there. I should learn how to use it. U.S. says 21.5 million Social Security numbers have been stolen in a huge data breach. Wow. Thank you, Scissor Fight. I said hi. Say hi to me. I said hi. Say hi. Hi, Scissor Fight. I mean, hi, Sir Waffles. Oh, goodness. Attention seeking much. You don't like it? 7 Windows is better. Everything's been breached. How do I feel about minions? As long as they can do my bidding, I like them. The games on the Windows phones are pretty amazing looking. Alright, when David comes back, I'm going to go get my Windows phone and start learning how to use it. I've been hesitant to use it because it's a prepaid phone, so I don't have a data plan. But, however, I can use... no. However, I can also use Wi-Fi for that phone, so it's pretty cool. I like how this measures the water. It's a measuring cup, a digital measuring cup. Okay. Government already backdoored all the devices. I know, it's true. Yeah, I do have Wi-Fi on my phone. That's, yes. So I should play with it when I'm around a Wi-Fi spot, like at home, so that I know how to use it. You know that Microsoft and Google are the enemy, right? There are alternatives. I could name a few. Linux, that's an alternative. Diaspora is an alternative social media. So that if you think Twitter and Facebook are enemies as well, you can use Diaspora. Also, instead of using Google, there's mail.com instead of Gmail. Let's see. Chrome leaks your IP through the web RTC 4FX. 4FX has a pion to turn it off. You're waiting for the door phone that turns into a ping pong table. Open mailbox instead of Gmail. Oh, thank you. I'll write that down. I haven't used open mailbox. And I personally, I don't necessarily think that Google is the enemy, but I only think that I have my own theory. David would agree with you though, 8299, that they are the enemy. He would add a few other companies to that, like I said, Facebook. We need to work on getting these gadgets in place before the government takes us all down. Wow, that's kind of strange, 433. He throws the tables upside down. It's the beginnings of Skynet. They shouldn't cross the ethical lines. I know they've done these huge, like, sociological experiments on people. Google leaks your IP. Firefox allows you to block it with Opion with WebCRT. Chrome won't allow you to turn it off. Interesting. Okay, let me write that down. Alternatives to Google: DuckDuckGo, iXQuick, etc. Alternatives to Google Drive. Alternatives to Google Classroom. Edmodo. Yes, they do have self-driving cars around there. In the hot tub tonight, there's usually a 15-minute swim. David and I are together forever. We are not legally married, but he's mine. Forever. Oh, thank you, Spaz Nation. Oh, open mailbox allows you to use some space. No, he does not need to call in. Thank you. I sound like an obsessed girlfriend on a Lifetime channel. I'll probably stay single, Grumpy, because I'll be so old, no one will want me. Yes, well, the thing about encryption codes is not that the government wants them all, it's that all these companies allow the government to have backdoor access to them, to their companies.
Yeah.
Oh, the Christian vote? How do I plan on winning that? Being unmarried and living together? I will say that I believe strongly in freedom of religion.
Yes, freedom of religion. You know, we believe that marriage is a sacred act between two people. And we don't think the government should be involved because there's a separation of church and state. So we're really not sure why the government is even piping in on marriage.
Oh goodness, I hope that doesn't happen, scissor fight.
I had a big salad of fresh organic leafy vegetables, baby oak leaf lettuce, radicchio, and romaine lettuce in a sesame ginger vinaigrette. And then I had 3 Vietnamese jumbo shrimp, which I got at discount. I bought a bunch of bags of jumbo shrimp when the Cerberus Corporation took over Safeway in our area. Yeah. Anyway, moving on. You had wild rabbit with sauce of python. I don't believe you. Marriage is a religious institution. The government has no business getting involved in it. Thank you, Drud. You agree with me? Well, I eat healthy. I mean, Sarah likes to not eat, so, you know, she kind of saves calories.
I don't eat healthy.
But I tend to gain weight because I eat too much healthy food, so.
We still have a Safeway here, Sunstar.
Yes, I found out that they feed those shrimp the defecant of animals. I heard about that, yeah. Thank you for sharing. You mind if I go in the other room and induce vomiting?
Shrimp?
Yeah. Well, it's from Vietnam, and it's not Thailand, because in Thailand they actually enslave people in the fishing industry. So I thought that was a little bit better. No, it's now owned by Cerberus, the 3-headed dog that guards the gates of hell. You know, NASA is considering the use of soft robotic squids to explore Europa. Well, I'm glad NASA can't do a damn thing right. Why don't they do this? I mean, come on. They can't make a profit. They give away their technology to Richard Branson and Elon Musk. And here we go. NASA considering the use of soft robotic squids to explore. You know, I understand squids can really swim fast. They have a technology that really makes them squirt through the water. NASA has chosen its next batch of proposals under its Advanced Concepts program, including the use of soft robotic rovers for exploring gas giant moons. And, you know, why don't they just imagine themselves into the garbage heap? I mean, they aren't doing anything to make any money. Are you a news anchor man or a weatherman? No, I'm not.
Actually, I think I have one that was cold.
Some people say, are you a former child actor? No, I'm not. Are you a news weatherman? You look like one. No, I resisted that. I could have gone in that direction.
It's only 82, but it feels like 89. Wow, Sunstar. 81% humidity.
Yeah, now NASA is a propaganda tool. You're right, Patriot Jaybird. I mean, everything they say is just confusing. First they say they went to the moon, and then they came back, and they can't find the videotape from the moon. Right. And all the photographs were all in black and white, even though they had color photography, high-level color photography. What's going on with that?
Yes, we do candy cane. Have Krispy Kreme donuts here.
I
But
think
I've
they
never
went
been to
bankrupt.
one of those stores.
Didn't they?
I don't know if they still have one.
Did
or
Krispy
not.
Kreme go bankrupt? I thought they went bankrupt.
Did they go bankrupt? I don't know. Candy Cane's talking about it.
They went out of business in our area. They couldn't sell enough garbage to people. I mean, did I say garbage? I mean really good tasting donuts. Sorry. I did not mean to imply it was garbage. Yeah, and NASA shut down its space exploration program because of Obama. Yep, the Constellation program was canceled. Yeah, and then they recently funded an SpaceX flight to the International Space Station, which ended up blowing up upon liftoff. Krispy Kreme is going very strong? Really? Well, thank goodness for those Southerners who like to eat donuts. Good for you guys.
Tomorrow
Enjoy.
is their 78th birthday of Krispy Kreme.
Wow, Krispy Kreme is going. They're the best. Yeah, well, they definitely make the best donuts. No question about it. If you want to talk donuts, we'll talk Krispy Kreme. If I ate donuts, I'd look like a rolling,
It looks like the
bouncing
person
ball.
that Drug King met.
I'd love to sit around and eat donuts and bonbons all day. Wouldn't that be great? And just not worry about heart disease and dying of diabetes. I mean, if only I could live like that. God, why wasn't I born a reckless, self-abusive, self-injurious, incredibly addictive personality? I mean, what's wrong with me? Oh yeah, wash it down with milk. That's like a mouthgasm. Better than that, that's a foodgasm. Speaking of that, I've got to get my coffee. I'm starting to get parched.
Tomorrow you buy a dozen, you get the second dozen for 78 cents because it's their 78th birthday. How much is a dozen normally? $7.80. No.
We should get all free donuts tomorrow, I think. Okay, well, this is the deal. My grandfather refused to eat lettuce. And he says, I'm no damn rabbit. He wouldn't have a salad.
Oh yeah, I should go eat a salad, huh?
I made a salad for myself. You can make one. The lettuce is in the bag and the ginger and all that. I'll be right back.
I meant, how much does it cost, Drag King? I know a dozen is 12 donuts. 12 of whatever. You like a good salad? Yes. Good salads are good. I think he is making me a salad. David, I can make my own salad. Actually, he'll make, maybe he'll make a free salad day because it's really good to eat salad. It's not good for you to eat Krispy Kreme donuts or any kind of donuts. Yeah, I see that now. He should be a news anchor. He has a look for it. Well, actually, he wants to be president, 7205 of the United States. So you can read it right there. Vote David John Sponheim for president 2016. There you go. Yes, the lettuce in the salad, I think he has a little bit of romaine and a little bit of baby bib lettuce, Boston bib lettuce. Yes, the number pi has to do with the circumference of a circle. Pi is, let me see if I want to say it's like the circumference of the circle divided by. Thank you. By the diameter. I almost said radius, so thank you very much, Monkey Times. Which is really cool. So if you get a string, any string, and you measured your circumference with your string, and you divide it by your diameter, you'd always get 3.14, blah, 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 etc., etc. It's very cool. I love that. How can you be in politics? Why can I not be in politics? Certain things are available at participating locations all the way to August 30th. Okay. They are both amusing, for sure. No matter how small or how large the string is, exactly. If it's the circumference of the circle, then...
I made you a low calorie vinaigrette shrimp salad.
Oh my goodness, you did make me a salad.
With a bouquet of fresh leafy vegetables.
You can see through it because it's green, like the green screen.
I put a little onion in it too for flavor. I didn't have any other vegetables besides the lettuce mix, but I got the shrimp in there.
You have those same bowls. Very cool.
You have those blue willow bowls? Yeah, they're very popular. Yeah, I might as well make her the same salad.
Fantastic. Thank you.
It's
so
never
sweet.
expired. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. You're so sweet. I did kiss Sarah on camera once for a second. And I have it in recorded memory. We were in front of the Niagara Falls, and we had this wonderful romantic kiss.
I do like cooked onions, yes.
What is this obsession you people would have with salads? You must be very healthy. Everyone says toss salad, you know. What is all that?
I know, and I'm not going to tell.
Okay.
I'll
go check
that.
out the Urban Dictionary online and look it up.
Maybe you can talk me into that sometime.
I just made you a tossed salad. I mean, what more can I possibly do for
No,
you?
a green salad, see?
Oh, okay. It's good roughage, yeah. Oh, I think I have some on my face. Could be a chemtrail, I'm not sure. You know, my sister visited us over the weekend, or over the past few days, actually, and she noticed that her car was covered with this weird resin, she said, from the trees. And I tried to get it off the car. It was almost impossible. And I finally figured out what it is. It's the chemtrails that are filtering into the trees, and then when it rains slightly, it comes right down. It's like polymer. They're like bonding agents that bond to the paint. It was unbelievable. I had a hard time getting it off. Getting it off. Emphasis on it. All of you people are so perverted now. All you're watching is free porn every night. I know what's going on. I know exactly what's happening. You're in the Matrix, Mr. Anderson, where free porn is prevalent. That's okay, I understand. Some of you want to build rockets through space. You want to travel at light, unbelievable, incredible speeds. This is a projected rocket that we could use to get to Mars. Isn't that nice? Very phallic. I am super smart. Shout out from Kernersville, North Carolina. Kernersville. Hey, man. You've got one of the nicest states in the Union. I love North Carolina. It is so beautiful there. You know, one of the things I noticed about your state is most of the people are really friendly. No, it's not dirty as long as you take a shower before you have sex. There's nothing dirty about sex. Oh my God, Joni Mitchell passed away. I knew this was going to happen. I was thinking about Joni Mitchell today as I was walking through the store. Yeah, she was like in a coma or something. Joni Mitchell claimed that she was suffering from, she's made remarkable, she's still alive? Oh, good. She's made remarkable progress after an aneurysm one day ago. Good. And her friends are in charge of her medication. Well, Joni Mitchell has not died, folks. She's a lady who came up with some great songs in the 1960s, a legend of rock and roll. You probably have heard the modern song, Pave Paradise, Put Up a Parking Lot. That was her song. We're not going to stand here and let you trump us with your Trump endorsements. I'm going to ban you, anybody who endorses any other candidate here. There's a rocket behind me. Yeah. Rocket Man, burning through the... So she's doing well. She's claimed that she's suffering from Margolin's disease due to chemtrails and nanotechnology spraying in the skies above us. Yeah, remarkable progress towards recovery. Excellent. Yeah, I'm glad to hear that. That's really good news. I know. Well, Trump has the power and the money and the brashness to push his agenda into the Republican Party. But if the Republicans are, like I think they are, extremely weary of Trump, in the convention, he will be pushed out. And when he tries to turn to a third party and try to start his third party like he wants to, he'll be stepping all over my territory. And in order to support a third party, I think it's a prerequisite that certain things take place. Seriously, I mean, I don't believe that we could even have a third party if we don't push for legalization of marijuana, for one. So we have a strong position there, our pro-legalization, pro-hempoline stance. I don't think he'd want to legalize pot. I don't, and I think that would be a big problem we'd have. Because I really think the time has come across the nation. We need to move forward. We don't need any rhinos, exactly. And I'm thinking he'd have a problem with this, too, because he seems to be a very hawkish guy, bringing our troops home and ending the Federal Reserve. So this is a part of our plan at America's Third Party that doesn't gel real well with the Trump concept. If he offered you free beer, you'd definitely be spinning out of here and going over there. I know. Well, the fact is he doesn't do a live show, because when he does talk in front of cameras, he puts his foot in his mouth. You should eat more salads. You want to prevent diverticulitis or colon cancer? Yeah, salads are the way to go, man. And plus, you will be filling up without gaining too much weight. 70 million in tax revenue, you're welcome. What are you saying, Ron Justron? Now check this out. DC wants to let non-citizens vote? Wow. That's so weird. I know the Democrats want non-citizens, but now DC wants to give non-citizens the right to vote. This is bizarre, man. What is it coming to? What is the world coming to?
District of Columbia Council members voiced their support Wednesday for a new law that would allow non-citizens to vote in local elections. These are residents who are well on their paths to citizenship, Councilman David Grosso said. Unfortunately, not all of our residents have a say in the politicians who are elected to represent them. The bill would allow permanent residents in the city who are not American citizens to vote in elections for mayor, city council, the attorney general, and state board of education members, among other things.
Okay, thank you, Daily Caller. Appreciate it. But we're not just talking about legalization of marijuana and bringing our troops home. We actually have plans to bring on renewable energy technologies, which are unique to our group. We actually started this plan 10 years ago. We actually started a political movement, we thought, called Cool Rock. And in it, we came up with brand new technology ideas that could save the nation. And people just didn't understand the concept of Cool Rock. So we changed our name to America's Third Party in 2008, which is more likely what we're doing. We're creating a third party. But renewable energy solutions like these ideas below, like the Savonius windmill on top of an electric pole, I still think it's a great idea. We just have to get the right equipment to make it work. Because I've got an electrician that comes in our show and just does not like the idea. He said it's going to mess up all kinds of electrical lines. They'll fall off. They'll break down. I don't think so. I think we'll be able to generate electricity day in, day out with minimal upkeep on these small units. The big turbines, people blow up. They actually burn up. Well, thank you. Cool Rock Party didn't go too well, Truth Regime, so we pulled the name. We still use it for our gaming show, but it was basically we recognized after 2 years of talking to people that they didn't take it seriously. I understand. But the technology is there to blow up. Look at a turbine that blew up about a year ago. Or recently, actually. I got this just a couple weeks ago, actually. You see those two little guys at the top of the screen there? They're facing their death. You can't really see them right there, but those two guys are hugging each other because they know that they're going to die. They died, I know. It's really sad. One felt whose death, the other burned up. But when you're on that and it starts to blow, I mean, that won't happen on the small windmills that we're talking about here. Yeah, I know. Isn't that sad? I know. It was 2 years ago, though? Okay, thank you. I know. But renewable energy technologies like this and rooftops, solar rooftops like the ones I was telling you about, at under $1 a watt, that's what we're shooting for. If we can put a rooftop solar system together like this for under $1 a watt and roll it out on somebody's roof like carpeting, you can imagine how cool that'll be. And we'll epoxy it down and rivet it. Have a very riveting experience. Just screw it right into the roof. Make it permanent so you won't need to replace that portion of the roof. And I've got a way to fix the other portion of the roof that will blow your mind. I've been doing some really interesting things with epoxies. Under $1 a watt, not a what. $1 a watt. Right now, solar panels cost $2 per watt. That's right, watt. It's a form of energy. I know you're paying for kilowatt hours, it's true, but $1 per watt output of the panel is what you're shooting for. So long term, you're going to be paying a lot less than $1 per anything. Your kilowatts that this will produce will make money for you and your household for years to come. So as you sit there in your house going, hey honey, what's the electric bill this month? Well honey, ever since that man David John put a solar rooftop on our roof, we're paying 30% less. Yeah. What? What? All right. I'm guessing you need to get banned from the room. That's what I'm guessing. You can put it on their roof, yes. Rooftop solar panels are exactly what we're proposing. Now, some people, I've got this same electrical guy that says that this won't work also says this is going to burn the roof. Alan Watts is an excellent philosopher. Brilliant. I've read a couple of his books. Solarize a whole neighborhood. Yeah. Well, we all know about solar roadways, right? It's kind of become a household word. Everybody's been talking about them. If you haven't heard about solar roadways, you're going to want to see this little video I'm going to play you right now. Just for a few seconds. I know. The Anonymous is a government-owned operation. You know that. I don't have to explain that to you. No, I didn't kick anybody out. No, everything was good, Truth Regime. I didn't kick her out. She's a good person, trying to do better in life. Okay, solar rooftops. Thank you.
My wife came up with this idea. She asked me when all the talk of global warming started.
What happened if we put solar panels on the road and collected solar energy that way? And he just laughed at me.
And I kept thinking about that. I thought if we could build that, get the right people on board, we could make this a reality. Looking for any kind of new paving material that can pay for itself.
Our planet.
Asphalt is petroleum-based.
Solar heated sidewalks to clear the snow so you don't have to do this, but also to generate electricity that can be fed back into your store.
Power plants. So if something walks out onto the road, that could be a deer, it could be a kid on a bike, the road's intelligent enough to warn that driver to slow down.
Okay, that's great. Now, I just don't know what the price tag is, and I'm wondering why General Electric's involved in everything, including the Fukushima nuclear reactor. What's going on with that? You know? Is General Electric like the Borg? Oh, the audio? Okay, I'll be sure to unplug my microphone right away. On your request. Thank you. Testing 1, 2, 3. David, I think you get off on broadcasting every night about politics, admit it? Yeah, I enjoy the show. Yeah, why do you think I do it? GE runs the world. Is that why they're ruining the world right now with that leaking Fukushima radiation plant that they can't fix? You know, I don't need to see the UFO in Texas. I saw UFOs in my own life right over my own area. You know, so I know UFOs exist, but they're unidentified flying objects for a reason. HUD Obama thugs, racism relocating to suburbs? Obama bringing it to the burbs. Man, I knew something was going on. Obama bringing it to privileged white America. HUD, Obama thugs, crime, racism relocating to suburbs. Wow. All right, so you're wondering why you bought a beautiful suburban house in wherever, thinking you'd be fleeing the violence of gangs? Well, this story just brought in by Scissor Fight is one to look at. The Marxist agenda of Obama and his comrades requires that all of those who are under their boots be of equal social stature, rather than the capitalist ideals of the past, which with each generation raise society in general. The Obama goal is to degrade America to third world status, where then much easier to integrate into a world government system, minus the social barriers of economics and nationalism. Well, you know, painting a picture of non-racial bias by dropping everybody's income is not the key to helping America. Whatever. I mean, I welcome integration. I just don't want it to be forced. David, I am a locutus of Borg. You'll be assimilated. Resistance is futile. That is impossible. I am not like you. I'm a cybernetic organism. Human flesh of a metal exoskeleton. Sarah's in the room. Hi. Welcome to the show. Okay, we can get rid of the wind pole, and we can talk about other fun stuff. Resistance is fertile.
Thanks, KTU. LU.
What about the possibility of a zombie apocalypse? Because we've been watching Helix. It's about a pandemic that takes over the world. I mean, these vaccinations are getting weird. You know, and now that California is requiring everyone in their family to, all the kids have to be vaccinated if you go to school in California because Jerry Brown said so. It's pissed off people all over the country, even Hollywood people like Jim Carrey, openly stated that he thinks Jerry Brown is a fascist.
There were some interesting solar panels on some areas like this local library that seem like they're right above the roof. Now, I don't know if they took the rooftop off, and maybe that's what they did because it cost like $3 million for that facility.
That is what they're after. They're determined to bring the standard of living down. Good point, Patriot J. Bird. Yeah. I'm conversing now with all of you. Why we shut down Ask Me Anything's forum. Now, Sarah just showed me the Ask Me Anything forum they have over at Reddit.
Really?
And they just shut it down. Let's see this. It's like things are happening so fast you can barely keep track of them in this society. And by the way, if you think you're buying the newest technology, it's actually last year's technology. We are moderators.
They just shut it down.
Well,
we knew that David Sponheim was going to be on here, so we shut it down.
I was going to go on there and post Ask Me Anything just yesterday. Just yesterday morning, we talked about posting on Reddit, and they removed it.
They shut it down for 24 hours.
Okay. They hired the head. They fired the head of it. You know, Sarah, the phone is not on. And you may have shut down the timing.
The phone is on, but if you call in with a number that's anonymous, you cannot get through.
Oh, yeah. Sarah made it so you can't call from an anonymous phone number, which pretty much destroyed all the call-ins. You know,
People
anybody.
are wondering if the phone is on. The phone is available.
If you're willing to call in with your number, you can call our phone number 707 your ATP.
Like Shrek could call right now to test my theory that it is on.
Yeah, Shrek could call. Cyber Jedi said, Dave, I say what I said about the fire hazard because I know that what I'm talking about, and so does the National Electrical Code. You can't just roll out the solar carpet and hope you're right. Well, guess what, Cyber Jedi? I am rolling out a solar panel as we speak, and I'm testing it in front of my house on shake roof, and composite shingles. So we are currently testing a
Not
fire
currently.
situation.
We will be testing.
No, well, I've already got
Not currently.
Look, I got the shingles ready to go. The shingles are they're out there. You saw them.
I saw the shingle.
I
Yes,
got the solar panels.
Yes, but it's not currently testing.
Whatever.
We will be testing.
We will. Robert. Oh, see, somebody's getting through. Robert. Hey, Robert. See, you called. How you doing?
Go. You forgot to put it on speakerphone.
It works, ladies and gentlemen.
What's that noise? It works.
It's a helicopter.
A helicopter.
The phone works.
The phone works, everybody.
So.
Except David, at the very beginning when it asks you to say your name, it doesn't do that.
Oh, it doesn't.
It just rings all the way through.
Oh well, at least I got a phone call from people now. I can take your calls.
I got rid of the part where it asked to say your name. Oh well.
My audio is excruciating.
I can leave that, but isn't that a pain for the whole say your name thing? So good. So good thing I got rid of that.
All right, thank you.
Awesome. Thank you very much for calling and checking it.
You guys have a good night.
Thank you for proving a point.
Hello.
Sean.
Okay.
Press 1.
This is the wrong phone. We need the other phone.
Oh, okay. I'll go get it.
Hey, Sean, what's up?
Hey, Dave, how you doing? Sorry. I had my sleep apnea mask on. I didn't think that you'd answer the phone. Hey, did you see the talks unfolding with Iran?
The plot is, what do you mean? It's not working. The deal is not going through.
But
I know. Now they're saying, did you see these Iranians? They say, oh, well, nobody threatens Iran.
What? Oh, you'll have to call back, Sean.
I'm sorry, Sean, you'll have to call back. We had a bad phone in here. I don't want that. It's got a blown speaker on it.
Okay, so you know it's the one with this one on it.
I do. David, if someone wanted to call you anonymously and give you a tip, they can't. Well, I'm afraid I don't need any anonymous tips from the government. No, it's not. It was not. It was Sean. Different guy. Sean, call back. I'm sorry about that. We had a...
David accidentally hung up.
I hung up on you, man. But yeah, the whole thing with Iran is not going forward. We don't do Skype. I told you it's unsecured.
Well, if someone wants to give us a tip anonymously, that we have guest chat open, and they can type it out.
Yep. Thank you, Sean.
Call from back in 2012. To accept, press 1. To send a voicemail, press 2.
Okay. Hi. Hi, Sean. Is that you?
Hello.
Hi, Sean. Is that you?
I don't
haven't been able to stop me yet, David.
That's the Thwilly Wabbit guy who has a very bad speech impediment. They can IM me, they can email me, they can do all kinds of things to me.
They could IM me if I had IMs open, which I don't.
Which we don't. I don't know what's wrong with people. DDoS is for your protection. No, DDoS is not for my protection. DDoS would shut our show down, Mr. Man. All right. There is a way of Skype, but in order for me to do Skype, I can't take any contacts, so I can't accept your call. So if I go on Skype and not accept your call, how good is that? Why did the U.S. begin the Iranian nuclear talks anyway? Because John McCain kind of pressured John Kerry. No, I'm just kidding. What really happened is John Kerry and Barack Obama wanted to make a name for themselves. And they thought this is the best way to do it on the backs of the American people. Watching Iran get a nuclear weapon is not acceptable. John Kerry is a very arrogant and egomaniacal person who really wants to put a feather in his cap. So he's over there with Barack Obama feeling the same thing. He wants to mark his presidency as some sort of a great achievement. Kind of like the relationship that Jimmy Carter had with Anwar Sadat and Menachem Begin during the Camp David Accords in 1980. But when we get a person like John Kerry who will do anything, including kiss a man, to make a deal, you got to wonder, you know, what is this nose rubbing thing? I mean, what do people do when they... Are they like smelling each other? I mean, what's going on here?
Rubbing noses. Sometimes they kiss each cheeks.
I mean, is this like a some sort of a ritual among rich people who just go out there and try to broker deals for nuclear weapons? I mean, this is a little weird if you ask me. But, you know, we've got a person out there who thinks he's, I don't know, the poster child of facial reconstructive surgery or something. All I can tell you is this guy is out of control, and he thinks he's God. He really does. And I really believe that our foreign policy has been molded by this guy's ego, not intelligent thought. Okay?
They have wireless earbuds called Doppler. Is that what they are?
David, I asked you, how did welfare start? Well, Sunstar, welfare started during the Great Society that LBJ put together. And it was kind of an offshoot of what FDR did, ironically. Now, most people look back on Lyndon B. Johnson, they say, oh, wow, you know, this guy was, you know, a conservative Texan. No, he was actually a Democrat, believe it or not. And a lot of the problems with the Democrats is they keep creating bigger and bigger government. No, there's no way to have a conversation online through Skype. Yeah.
Skype, once you accept other users on Skype, if you accept multiple users on Skype, some of those users can use Skype to get your IP address. Now, if you have a VPN, then maybe you're okay, but...
Yeah, if you have a VPN, you're probably protected. But I doubt any of you are even running a VPN. Thank you, Sunstar. Yeah, David, faces are freaking me out. Stop that, sir. Okay. Stop the faces? Well, I was trying to make a face like John Kerry. It was kind of a, you know, it was a weird kind of a skull and bones kind of thing. John Kerry was a member of the chapter 322 of the Skull and Bones.
Okay, so according to CRF-USA, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, he focused mainly on creating jobs for the masses of unemployed workers, but he also backed the idea of federal aid for poor children and many dependent persons.
Oh, really?
By 1935, a national welfare system had been established for the first time in American history.
But in 1996, a temporary assistance program, a federally funded block grant program.
It was enacted to replace AFDC.
Oh, okay. So I was wrong. It wasn't LBJ's Great Society.
Basically the Social Security Act of 1935.
My mistake.
And
I stand corrected.
And, well, under the Social Security Act of 1935, each state had to choose whether or not to participate in one of the new public welfare programs.
So they had the option of opting out. Interesting. Like with the Obamacare plan, the Supreme Court did okay states to nullify a certain aspect of it, the Medicaid aspect, which makes a lot of states kind of leave people in the lurch. So that's why this recent court case migrated to the Supreme Court, guaranteeing the federal government will cover all of the insurance plans for everybody at any income level. Aren't you glad the Supreme Court isn't in business? Because if these guys were in business, they'd be broke. And they're kind of making a decision that's making legislation, ironically, forcing our government to cover the bills, the insurance bills of poor people. Yeah, so I was wrong on that. Sarah corrected me. It started with FDR. I thought it was LBJ's Great Society. My mistake. I know. You guys, believe me, I don't trust any of your links. You government employees that We Are Anonymous, yeah, your cover's blown here. We know you're an agent for the Allied Signal Corps.
Actually, this is really interesting, the history of welfare. They said actually before the current welfare system, the colonies imported the British Poor Laws. These laws said people who were unable to work due to their age or physical health, and then those who were able to work but weren't employed, like unemployed workers.
Yeah.
So the people who were unable to work were given cash or alternative forms of help. The people who were able to work were given public service employment in workhouses.
Oh.
So they have like the poor houses where they could go and actually work.
That's cool. All right. Well, at least they delineated between people that want to work and people that don't want to work or can't work. That's good.
So there's also a Civil War pension program, which was passed in 1862, and it provided aid to Civil War veterans and their families.
If you guys want to read up on this very informative article, feel free to, yeah. Well, welfareinfo.org/history. Candace Kane is dating Caitlyn. Who is Candace Kane? I don't even know that person. And why are we worried about Caitlyn Jenner? I mean, seriously, they're trying to take your mind away from the reality that our country is slipping. Focus, folks. Focus. Get your head out of the nonsense, superficial world, please. Thank you. Sarah's trying to educate you. I will Google Candace Kane right now to determine what she looks like, because that's seemingly the most important thing currently on their mind. So this is Candace Kane. Is Candace a transgender as well? Does anyone know? Is she transgender as well? She's a transitional person. Okay, so they're both trannies. All right. You know, I don't personally have a problem with people consenting adults doing whatever they're going to do in the privacy of their own lockbox.
It's 3 minutes until the after show.
Thank you. I will now go feed the fish. It is my next task. As a robotic presidential candidate, I was chosen here to do a show with Sarah Hart, and I will now feed the fish. Excuse me while I defragment my hard drive. I feel like Asimov getting up out of a chair. This chair needs to have better rollers. All right. No, you cannot see the fish. They're private. I have a very select group of private fish. Music time. Well, maybe Sarah will play some music.
Zippity-dee-dah, zippity-day. My, oh my, what a wonderful day. All right. Most Americans that are under 37 never knew what life was about in 1977. There was the little ones or not even born. You don't have a clue if you're 37. I'm 37. I was born in 78. I know it's kind of strange. 8, 2, 3, 9. Where is he? I don't see him. Dry King. Put on the glasses. I can't wear David's glasses. Did you notice I wear prescription glasses? So, since I wear prescription glasses, I can't. I have some prescription sunglasses in the other room. I'm still a kid. You're 70 and you're using the internet, chatting with me? Fantastic. Are you upset like me or upset at me, Sir Waffles? Yeah, I know. David grew up in the 70s. What is it? He's from the 70s and I'm a 90s chick. I don't care. I love it. I don't care. Your mother is almost 80 and is very net savvy? That's fantastic. My grandfather just passed away. And he was, how old is he? He passed away this year. And he was in his 80s. And he was using a, he was one of the first people that did these mass emailings. I mean, he had a major email list before and he did it like by actually just, emailing en masse. Maybe I can wear David's sunglasses. No, He doesn't do disco. Well, he did have a disco shirt. Your grandma is 73 and runs a Linux server. That's pretty cool. Did you set it up for her? Are these his glasses? I don't know. Get it? Got it. Good. Please tell me your story. It's very interesting. I've got some coffee and I'm all good. Well, my grandmother and my grandfather both passed away this year. Aren't you Peterbilt 99? It was pretty funny when Peterbilt called in. He claimed to be a lawyer and he said he had a passion, P-A-T-I-O-N. Well, he did correct himself, but sorry, I couldn't see anything. Alright, 757. I'll act. How do you want me to act? Alright. So, in 1996, Bill Clinton signed the Personal Responsibility and Work Opportunity Reconciliation Act. Under the act, the federal government gives annual lump sum to the states to use to assist the poor. In turn, thank you, Patriot Jaybird. In turn, thanks for the science. At solar panels, 77 degrees Fahrenheit. Solar panel temperature, class 2 shingle melting group. So the solar panel temperature is 158 degrees Fahrenheit, and the melting temperature of the class 2 shingle roof melting temperature is between 166 and 175 degrees Fahrenheit. I'll get rid of the quit arguing with things you know nothing about part, but I'll keep the rest. Thank you. I'm very nice and respectful to everyone I meet. I try to be. All right. Okay. Oh, yes. Do not do a low voice. It degrades me. You find it rude when David and I turn off guest chat without warning us guests in the proverbial phantom voice. It's dark and lonely there. Okay, I will try to warn you from now on when I will say, okay, whatever. I will say, guest chat will be shut down in 2 minutes. Well, no, guest chat is not going to be shut down in 2 minutes, but that's what I will do in the future. I know you need the steamroller because David's fantastic. All the babies born on 9/11 are 12. In 10 years, they will be adults, and all that they will know is that from that date, we will all... I know, it is strange to teach young children that weren't alive on 9/11, 2001. You know, because to everyone born, I mean, even to you, I'm sure, when we become adults, we understand history more, but usually, like, everything before you were born is just like one big mash in your mind. It's like tumbled together. You can bring a timeline out, that really helps with the date, but usually it's like, what's the difference to them between the kids that are born like today? What's the difference between them to them with the like Twin Towers falling and the Revolutionary War and the Civil War? It's like all mixed together. And you know, the tension is really, thank you, Patriot. Yes, it is important to have a good heart. The tension is interesting because when I was growing up, there wasn't this just severe tension with everyone. I know Scissor Fight posted a link earlier about more homicide, the homicide rate increasing in bigger cities. And I think that part of that just has to do with the tension that people are growing up with. Time on Earth is actually very short. Compared to like the millennium of the planets, it is. I do like James Taylor's old school songs. I need to go in and see. James Taylor is going to be playing in this area, so I think I would like to go and see him. That would be cool. David would like that, I think, too. All right. I'm not single. I'm with David. Well, 721, enlighten me. You can, if you think I'm an idiot, maybe you just think I'm ignorant, and ignorance can be educated. You think if as long as they just turn the TVs and computers off, there will be less tension? That is a possibility. I think, though, maybe it's just in the area that I'm working with these young people, because they have, it's the military being involved in the Middle East, where they could have the, where people have passed away in the Middle East, and so when their loved one is deployed, then it's a big possibility that they could be killed. I broke your heart. Well, I'm sure there's someone else out there. I think David forgot to turn the phone off. Okay. Yes, I did make it not nearly impossible for anyone to contact me by phone. I made it impossible for anyone to contact me by phone that wishes to remain anonymous. So, no, you can't contact me by phone if you want to not give out your phone number. You can always learn to spoof a phone number, I suppose. I don't usually do that, so I don't know if that works. But you could possibly do that. Well, I would think that someone would have to have an IQ higher than 80 to learn how to spoof. I'm not single. I'm not married, but I'm not single either. Yes. Oh, okay. It was fun, though, while it lasted, wasn't it, Sunstar? You can't even call in with a VoIP? True. Since it's anonymous, I don't take anonymous calls anymore. I was sick and tired of being called by anonymous people who were just saying derogatory things about me specifically, and there was no way to block those individual numbers, so I just blocked anyone who chose to be anonymous. I'm sure you could figure it out. I do say the phone was off for the past hour, so I'm sure you could figure it out with a system. So you're going to have to buy some sort of service, and most of them can ultimately be traced back to you. You don't want to do that? Then you'll just have to deal with chatting in the room. We do have guest chat on, so there you go. David took the calls, but David didn't like taking the calls. And some of you would call just to enjoy. Yes, I will enjoy the silence. It was busy, I would say, Sunstar. It felt like being dropped into the deep end of a pool, but it was pretty good. Yeah, what are you afraid of, revealing your phone number? It's not like I'm going to write it down anywhere. The only reason I might have a phone number is so I can block your calls if you're extremely rude. If you want to call, identify yourself. It's that simple. If you are going to, and I think that actually does not make me an idiot, unlike what you said. That actually makes me more intelligent because I had to use my intellect to figure out how to block those anonymous calls, which is not very easy to do. You love that person, Neo. Okay. Speaking of teaching, I've enjoyed a book called Teach Like a Champion. That really changed my whole teaching style. It's very good. Yeah, well, if you prefer to be anonymous and prefer to use foul language, you can just not call. Not communicate. Oh, wow. What a concept. I used to like Skype too, Patriots, but unfortunately for me, there are people that are a lot more intelligent than I am with being able to use Skype to figure out IP addresses. I know! Well, not blocked calls, anonymous calls. 3449. Yes, I will enjoy that very much. Exactly. The text of the deal is 96% complete. Russian officials, who are they making a deal with? 684. Thank you very much. Okay. Whoa. I think I'll look at the news a little bit. Supposedly Greeks are planning to accept an austerity deal to get debt relief. It's just so interesting to me because I personally think like the entire monetary system, whether you're in Greece or America, is basically all built on this false front, kind of. So sometimes I look at Drudge. Maybe I'll do that too right now, Patriot. I haven't done that in a long time. David, for a while, he wanted me to create a site like Drudge, which I just never did. And so my main source of news is Google News, because they pull in from most mainstream media sources. So the temperature is hitting that high right now, 6996. I believe it. The government has more employees than the populations of the state of Maine. I believe that. Today, so 115 in Fort Scott and 112 in Topeka, Kansas. I'm glad I am not there. Yeah. Oh, okay. 2.5 employees or 21 halves? Because that's a big difference. Wow, that's good. 13582. I agree that it's not, workers don't need longer hours and to be more productive. In fact, we have so many people that are unemployed because the current corporations don't need as many workers as they used to in the past. I would say that really the answer lies in, Super Dave, the answer lies in working on our society as a whole and rebuilding it from the base up. That's what I would say. I don't know if there's a limit to how large the government can get. How much money they can borrow is probably the only limit, and they've actually increased that. Okay, Drudge Report, Greece. Last chance. Really? A deal is in sight as Germany backs down. Banks struggle to remain afloat. Cash fast running out despite restrictions on withdrawals. And Argentina suffers a default deja vu. She blinks. Somebody, who is this? Pope denounces the throwaway culture of consumer society. Hi, 962. We can talk about whatever you'd like. Right now, I'm talking about current events and politics. Yes, he doesn't. Jeb Bush does not seem to understand what's happening in our economy today. Did you read that Jeb posted his earnings, and he's like, he has like the highest income of any candidate who's ever run? Thank you. That's at the minimum, right? Yes. So the petroleum oil tar mixture is the problem.
Yeah. It is.
No, there is one person with the lower wealth than Sanders.
That's
a presidential candidate. 1358. If you're going to vote on a presidential candidate based on a low wealth, this is the candidate that you want to vote for. David John Sponheim. He's running for president of the United States.
And
he would say that Jeb Bush is out of touch with the current state of the economy.
And Bernie Sanders is definitely a guy who wants to tax the working man to pay for the non-working man. And we actually wrote a book on how to actually avoid socialism completely in this country. We call it hybrid capitalism. And in our book, we talk about some pretty interesting things.
I don't know why that happened, but whatever.
Hello, welcome back, Sunstar. Hi.
That's been a senator. Okay.
You know, I don't think we need a person who's part of the problem. We need a person who's outside of the problem, outside of government, outside of the corporate connections to actually save this nation. You know, I can see how Bernie Sanders is not strong enough as a person, as an individual, to lead this nation. He doesn't have the mental acumen to solve problems like I do. And I want to talk about some of the key issues that we want to save our country from submitting to, which would be this terrible drought in California. We actually have a plan to create a water pipeline, an ocean pipeline in California. And this idea is very, very unique. Sarah and I came up with this in 2005, and we believe that if we had the political clout to create multiple ocean pipelines, we would be able to save the nation of a potential drought crisis. These are ideas that are out of the box that you wouldn't get from Bernie Sanders or any of these people. The Democrats can't come up with a great idea like this to save California from the drought, but we've got it. Basically, the seawater or ocean pipeline project is all about desalinating in modules. Modular construction like this, a 7-foot by 11-foot plastic container with totally opaque or translucent walls made out of polycarbonate. The sun bakes in, makes this whole container about 150 degrees, and the seawater in the center actually evaporates on the inside of the dome, and then fresh water, pure water, troughs on the side are then collected and put in reservoirs where farmers and individuals can drink that water and use it to grow things. So it's a great idea whose basic premise is passive desalination. No use of any type of fossil fuel whatsoever. All the water gets in there in using solar pumps and wind power pumps. And this is the kind of technology that we bring to the table. Now, if you want to check this out, you can go to this website, oceanpipeline.com, and we've got a little description on how we want to apply this to the Central Valley coastline in California. All right, thank you. Even if the ocean water is contaminated, it wouldn't matter. We have a way of deradiating it and desalinating it. Hey there, Oma. Hello. Welcome to the show. A lot of you are concerned about the drought in California. Many of you have property in California.
David will take the pay when he becomes president. However, he will take a portion of the pay and donate it to local causes in Washington, D.C.
Yeah, 25% of my pay will go back to local causes. Yeah, I know. Death Valley, Star Wars. There were areas in Nevada that they filmed parts of the lunar module.
Hi, Oma.
You remember the lunar module that allegedly landed on the moon? Well, a lot of that was filmed out in Nevada. No, actually, the seawater pipeline is not old tech. It's way new tech. In fact, most of the stuff that Israel's doing is fossil fuel driven. None of this requires any fossil fuel. It'll run on zero fossil fuel, which is huge, huge. It'll run for 50 years without any problems whatsoever. So don't think for a second that Israel's got us beat on this. They don't. All the centrifuge technology and the distillation technology that's being used in areas like Dubai runs on a lot of fuel, and it costs a lot of money for that water. You know, I decided I'm not going to live in a van when I become president, unless it's a motorhome like the one Barack Obama has for his touring around the country. Yeah, I know, and the Hannaford nuclear waste dump is so contaminated. It's amazing. There's 180 million gallons of nuclear radiated material at Hannaford. Now, when I say 180 million gallons, I mean there's 180 million gallon troughs that are plastic lined, that are leaking into the groundwater, that's leaching into the Columbia River right now, everyone. Now, Jay Inslee, when he first became governor of Washington, acted like this was some new revelation that there was groundwater contamination and he was going to do something about it. We haven't heard a single thing from Jay Inslee, the governor of Washington, about this issue since he first said he's going to do something about it. The fact is, everyone knew there was groundwater contamination coming from the nuclear reactor containment area at Hannaford. So we are fully aware that this problem existed before Jay Inslee became governor, yet he was unaware of it. You see, this is how disconnected the Democrats are from real issues. They're all about getting reelected. That's all they've been dedicated to do. And if you come to the Democrats with problems, they say, could you go away? We don't want to be marked by this problem. They don't want to take responsibility for the problems they themselves have created, like a $90 billion debt in the state of Washington, a $542 billion debt in the state of California. These Democrats are the pariah that are creating bigger and bigger government and not solving problems. It's easy to stand back and just print up money to finance your insane spending measures like Barack Obama did with ARRA. It takes a real, true, caring individual who's a sensible fiscal conservative to actually stop the waste. And we don't have any of those people in office right now. Even the Tea Party people are so hooked up to the re-election process that they don't even understand what fiscal conservancy is. I live on less than $5 of food a day. Now you find anybody besides a bag person who lives on less than $5 of food a day, and I will match food particle for food particle a better quality diet than they have. I not only live on less than $5 a day, I eat gourmet organic food on that price. So don't even go there. I will make the maximum amount of your use of your tax dollar for the best possible uses, and then we will reduce the taxes that you guys pay. Because these ocean pipelines actually will give you money back. The water we sell from this pipeline will actually pay back the money that it costs to create these things. Now we want to finance these things using this plan, hybrid capitalism, which actually will offer renewable energy savings bonds to finance these solar panel or these solar desalination units. So one of these units is going to cost about $1,000. We will fund it with a renewable energy savings bonds.
That's
okay, who's taking off?
Dad.
Oh, see ya. Hey there. Hey there, Oma. And Oma's dad. So we're not going to take your tax dollars to do this. We're going to actually use renewable energy savings bonds. These will be just like the war bonds of the 1930s that people can invest in. And it's just a simple way to finance a very difficult... I better get my spelling right. Renewable. There it is. Will be funded with renewable energy savings bonds, not your tax dollars. And this is all part of what we have presented in our book, which is available on our site. Hybrid capitalism. All right?
So all the salt will be used, any remaining salt will be harvested and used in a
solar collector.
Yes,
concentrators.
Solar concentrated.
I do believe that Trump is a plan to make the rest of the GOP look less crazy or move them to the center more. I agree. And I think Trump really is being used, kind of like Mitt Romney was when he threw the election against Barack Obama. And Going to Dover says, why do we need the military budget? Entitlement needs to be scrutinized, and that includes Medicaid as well as SSI. Wow, you said it all right there, Going to Dover. You're right. The military budget right now is loaded with pork barrel spending. The F-35 project, over its lifetime, will cost this nation more than the Iraq and Afghanistan war combined. That's what's messed up. We don't even know what California is doing right now. California is off on their own little spending plan of wasting money. So one of the first things I will be doing as president is sitting down with the current governor of California and developing a strategy to get their budgeting under control, because they are absolutely out of control. Now, as a president, I can't control their budget, but I can certainly give them my input on how I think they can save money. But I agree, that's a good insight on how Trump is being played. He's designed to turn the Republican Party into a group of moderates. So I think that's their goal, and ironically, I think that's the only thing the Republicans can do right now to salvage their party, because they become so weak and spineless and politically correct that's all they can do is grandstand against some guy who's grandstanding against them. Sir Waffles, you don't need to buy the book. You really don't. You could just go to our website. If you're saving money and you don't want to spend money, just go to our website and read our website.
Read our platform.
Our platform pretty much sums up what's in the book, but there's a lot of little specifics in the book. We were going to go open source with the book. It's already out there. People have made copies of it. I know that hybrid Somebody said Cyber Jedi said he made it available for people for free. I remember him telling me he did that. I'm not trying to make a big amount of money on this, really. I mean, we'll probably make the digital copy free soon. So, but it's available on various hacker sites out there, from what I understand. You can buy the book. Oh, okay. You can also be like the guy who just made a donation to our show, you know. Make a large donation over $100 and I'll send you a signed copy of the book. All right.
So there's Deepwater Horizon oil spill. BP has just agreed to $106,760 to settle certain claims over the Deepwater Horizon litigation.
$106,000. That's nothing.
Well, that's nothing. That's just part of it, I'm sure. I
heard the settlement was $18.3 billion that BP is going to have to pay out. Now, I'm glad because they estimated the cost for BP would have been $20 billion. So they're saving some money, ironically. But we're still looking at the death of the Gulf. They haven't done anything to clean it up. There are a couple of brand new technologies that could be used to clean up the Gulf of Mexico, but they're not being deployed right now. And the reason why they're not being deployed is there's just not a will to do this. We don't have a political will.
Rodney has not been banned, Spaz Nation. I mean,
we have not banned Rodney. No,
his phone number anyway.
Yeah, he can call in from a phone number if he wants, if he has the balls to call in from a real phone number.
He's always used his real phone number, or a real phone number.
Yeah, he hacks into a site. Yeah. Miniature origami robot self-folds, walks, swims, and does all kinds of things. Check this out. Look at this. It's a robot. Self-powered.
This is what 5x, what is that, 5 times the size of it?
That's 1 times the size of it. It flies away.
That's a pretty cool little robot.
Isn't it?
Nothing in there worth taking.
Okay.
I mean, I can scroll down, but...
Hang on, I'll pull it out. Thanks. Swimming, it swims too, look at that. 4 times the speed. I'm thinking that's the speed.
Oh, okay.
5 times the speed carrying a load. Robot carrying a load. Look at that. It's nanotechnology. You know, they've got all kinds of ways of powering these things now. We're right on the verge of seeing robots in our cities. And I just have to warn all of you that we are facing an almost unparalleled technological change in our society very shortly. I'm sure that does all kinds of, even dissolves. So, hello, marine biologist Maine here. Hey, going. Marine biologist from Maine. Welcome.
Maine?
Maine.
Wow.
I got to tell you, you guys are doing great work with lobster. The lobster fishery is the preeminent fishery around the world right now that is self-sustaining.
What was that group that was talking about where the guy, speaking of the oil, BP oil, the guy they went and talked to him and then he died of a heart attack in Maine?
Yeah, that was a guy from Ocean Energy Institute. His name is Matthew Simmons.
That's something you might want to look at.
Here's Matt Simmons right now.
Matt Simmons, founder of the Ocean Energy Institute. What do you know about this cap, Matt?
Well, Dylan, I mean, the whole thing is just absurd. It all goes back to their concept that all of the oil that's now killed the Gulf of Mexico is coming out of some cracks in the drilling pressure, as opposed to the open hole several miles away that's still spewing 120,000 barrels a day of oil, toxic oil, into the Gulf of Mexico.
Now, nobody wanted to hear Matthew Simmons say that it was still spilling, even though they said they capped it. And many people don't realize that Matthew Simmons died right after he made that call. About 2 days later, he died. So Matthew Simmons wrote a book called Twilight in the Desert. And if you guys want to find out about the future of oil in the Middle East, he was the preeminent expert on the Middle East oil situation. Ironically, America has a tremendous amount of oil, so it's not like the end of the world if the Middle East dries up. Twilight in the Desert, a great book by Matthew Simmons. And Matt Simmons is, or was, a great scientist who really was exposing peak oil, possibilities of running out in Saudi Arabia. And when he talked on the news about that oil pipeline bursting and still leaking, even though they said they had fixed it, he died in his jacuzzi about 2 days later of a heart attack at the age of 67. No one knows what the cause of it was. And I called the Ocean Energy Institute that day and asked them, could I speak about what happened to his work and everything he's been doing? The lady was so afraid to talk to me. It was unbelievable.
She might be less afraid now.
No, they don't exist anymore. They evaporated when he died.
The Ocean Energy Institute just
look it up.
Folded.
Yeah, they just folded right after he died. They just disappeared. So anyone raising concern about oil or anything like that, or comes up with a really efficient engine, they end up dying. And I'm not making this up.
Thank you for that.
In a couple minutes, I'm going to roll a list of inventions that happened over the past 100 years. It's going to blow your mind. There have been hundreds of inventors who invented carburetors and direct fuel injection systems that get 100 miles per gallon or more. And they have all, patents have been bought up and put away, shelved. People have died. Like the guy that made the car, the water dune buggy that ran on water, Stanley Meyer. He died the year that Sarah and I met each other, in 1998. Peter Klöppel, Peter Klöppel. Breaking news, Warbuck. Who's Warbuck? Hang on. You're required not to talk about that insane extremist on our show. I told you that. A guy from Maine disappeared too? Really? Yeah. You can't talk about extreme radicals like him. He's a reactionary, actually. He's a complete reactionary, extremist reactionary. I'm a moderate. Conspiracy theorists think Lockheed Martin blew up SpaceX's rocket with a laser. That's very interesting, Nightcloud. Very interesting. Wow. Let's take a look at that. The possibility that Lockheed Martin may have been intimidated by SpaceX's control of the space program. Very interesting. From motherboard.vice.com. Wow. Look at that. Conspiracy theorists think Lockheed Martin blew up SpaceX's rocket. Everyone's looking for an explanation as to why SpaceX's rocket broke up in the atmosphere Sunday. Elon Musk and SpaceX says that there was an overpressure event in the liquid oxygen tank. The internet's conspiracy theorists, however, have another explanation. The rocket was lasered out of the sky by SpaceX's fiercest rival, they say. Well, let's be clear. There's no real evidence that United Launch Alliance, a Lockheed Martin-Boeing collaboration, or anyone else attacked SpaceX's Falcon 9 rocket. But that hasn't stopped the internet's sleuths from delving one level deeper into what exactly happened to the rocket. This rocket didn't explode, it was lasered by Lockheed Martin, some commentator from some site said. Wow. Let's take a look. Meanwhile, Lockheed Martin has this high-energy laser counter capability. Wow. So they've got this ability. This is from their website. During April 2013, they conducted several successful engagements of Qassam-like rockets in an operational representative free-fly scenario. This is their laser defense system, Sarah. That's amazing. Viewed from 1.5 kilometers away. Boom! Taken out. Like no big deal. Slow motion rocket engagement. Let's take a look. Ooh, bird. Frames per second. Laser. Rocket. This is pretty cool. High energy laser. Beep, 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 beep. Blown out of sky. Whoa. zapping,
Oh, I see.
and burning. And final destruction. Passive track. Wow, that's pretty cool. Great link. Wow. Things are great. Great links tonight. Thanks, Vilka. Vilka, what do you have here? Man of Steel interrogation scene? Oh. Okay.
This is just a...
That was Superman. Peter Klöppel. Yeah, Peter Klöppel? Really? Ah, okay. Thank you very much. What's going on with that?
I don't know. I just ignore everything that person says.
I want the old phone back. I missed it. Okay. All right. Should we listen to more of the now dead and deceased Matthew Simmons?
Is this same phone, Sir Waffles?
That's enough. I think it's time for our government to tell them, no, get off the air, stop your advertising, stop deceiving the public, and put the military in charge and send a submarine down and actually find the open hole so we at least know where it is.
All right. Well, that's the open hole. Now, it was Matthew Simmons. He was in charge of the Ocean Energy Institute.
Good night, Sunstar.
Dead at 67. Good night, Sunstar. Thank you.
Well, only with David's help.
I don't believe that Donald Trump is going to kill the two-party system. If he tries to start a third party and is successful at doing it and gains national notoriety, I will be convinced that every single effort Americans have made, average Americans, have been co-opted by moneyed elite. That's my biggest concern. I don't want to see an average American taken out of a possible run for a third-party presidency. I refuse to see that. I'm going to continue building this third party despite any attempt by Donald Trump or anyone like him with lots of money to hijack something so important as a people's party. I know, well, the fact that he's identifying himself as a failed Republican, it was pretty sad, to be honest. Well, if he's poisoning the Republican system, he hasn't helped what we're doing at all. I haven't had one phone call from Donald. You're fired. Okay, here we go. Music. Ladies and gentlemen, from the archives of musical wonderment come the possibility of actual fun in our show. Wow, what a concept. People are actually going to enjoy themselves. We might be having some fun, maybe tonight, you think?
Possibility.
All right. Can't stop. Well, you don't stop. We're going to have some fun or else tonight. Yeah. Come on.
David's a better dancer.
No, I have never said I'm a better dancer. You told me I danced weird.
What?
She said, you're a weird dancer. And I said, oh, well, I guess we won't be going out very much.
You're a good dancer.
Can't stop.
I could play with my windows well, it's true. But I probably won't tonight.
All right. Hybrid Capitalism. We wrote the book. It's
but that's just
readable.
I don't dance, see?
There you go.
I'm
She's
a
got
weird
to dance.
dancer.
No, you're not. I mean, the fact is we're all a little weird.
Here, I'll dance.
No, you don't have to dance. It's okay. No,
I'll
please.
dance over here.
Wow. Wow. You guys don't know what you're missing here. Wow. Oh my gosh.
I can do that one, right? I can't do that one.
Oh, you don't twerk? No, you don't have to twerk. It's
I don't know how
okay.
they do that.
What a goof. There's nothing goofy about this. You want goofy? You got Iran talks are stalling right now, folks. John Kerry realized his Botox injection was delayed, so he's going to have to go back to get another injection. But yeah, the stalled Iran talks, thank God. It's a bad idea to start with to give them $50 billion. In exchange, they get a nuclear weapon. I'm below. God, Barack Obama, you got to do better than that. We don't need a guy who likes to hug other men negotiating a settlement about nuclear bombs. I mean, he's kissing him more than I even kissed you. I could kiss you right here.
Oh, thank you. That's so sweet.
How's it going, everybody? Can't stop.
Tonight, going to Dover. It's late there in Maine. So, it's almost tomorrow.
Yeah, enjoy. All right, thank you. That was Scissor Fight. Scissor Fight is our best music guy. He's a remix artist. He does great work.
I agree
Thank
with you, Bess.
That was awesome.
I wish I were... I've got to be more talented to get David's videos to go viral.
No, actually, we found out our entire YouTube site was censored in 2011, and we haven't been able to correct it. There's nothing we can do. The hit counter doesn't work. Every time you go to our websites and click on it, a lot of the ones that we would have had a lot of hits on just don't get them. It stops at a certain point. We have hit limiters on our website on YouTube. We don't understand how they can do this. It's pure censorship. Well, frankly, Anonymous is working for the government, so they're not going to make them viral, let alone vital. Anonymous and WikiLeaks, I believe, have been co-opted by the government. They've got more money than any of us because they print it up out of thin air. So granted, they're going to be able to buy all those hackers and all those groups. If they think they're anonymous, they're not. They're owned.
I think they should get I think they should be paid for years of experience, but they should get a bonus if they're really good. If like all their kids can pass the test, they should get some kind of bonus. But
okay, a Lockheed Martin Skunk Works employee has spoken out about technology from extraterrestrials. Wow, that sounds interesting. High-tech capabilities brought to you by Martians? Really? You know, there's a lot of people who are tracking disclosure. And as you know, I support full disclosure. But with the technology that we have now with holograms and the ability of...
Speaking of full disclosure, can I just say, whoever claimed that there was going to be full disclosure yesterday, please stop listening to that website.
Yeah.
Because obviously, they don't know what they're talking about.
They've got the ability right now of creating artificial creatures that can pretend to be right in front of you. I mean, I've got pictures here in Dubai of lions and tigers in front of this family. I'm not.
When you say middle level education, like middle school or middle school and high school?
Yeah. So if they've got the ability to create holograms like this, they could probably create the appearance of an extraterrestrial rather easily. Seriously. And I don't believe NASA has robotic squids. That's just a pipe dream. How is George? I'm not sure how George is doing.
Well, they need to expand the Panama Canal because it's pretty amazing, like, how...
You know, I think China's way over their head here, personally. Expansion of the Panama Canal by China is, to me, they're planning on growing at leaps and bounds. Did it ever occur to you that Chinese officials are way ahead of their economy? You know, I found out last night that there's
K5 here, Beden.
There are empty hotels, apartment buildings all over China. Everywhere you go, that you see empty buildings filled with apartments that are not even being used. China has overbuilt for an ascendant middle class that never actually materialized. Their stock market just dropped a cumulative of 28% in the past 2 weeks. Are you with me? So we're looking at a fake Chinese buildup, and even to say that they're the world leader in production might even be a stretch, because they may not necessarily have the funding to back up that production. You're out of here? Okay, thank you, Sir Waffles. Good night. Solar System Scope. Oh, I saw that. That's pretty cool.
Right.
Have you seen it?
Mm-mm.
It's an interactive program that gives you the full solar system in reality. I tried experimenting with this the other day, and when it's operational, it's really interesting. You can roll around the entire solar system. Whoops. There I am rolling around the screen. But yeah,
oh
look,
yeah, you did show me.
Look at the interaction here. I'm moving the cursor. See the cursor? I'm moving it.
Oh, that's
Thanks,
cool.
Anne. That was cool. It even has a musical background. And you can zoom in on the sun. Don't burn your eyes, everybody. There's our beautiful Earth. You can explore it. That's one of the coolest links out there on the internet, in my opinion. You can spin the Earth. Look at that. Isn't that cool?
Yeah, that's very cool.
I think it's the coolest link ever. So what I did was I made a music video out of my experience on the site. About the new ammunition, yes, I studied that, Zenatril. Here is a copy of the new ammo link that you sent me. It's an amazing bullet, if I'm not mistaken. The G2R RIP. Yeah, watch this. Now they're trying to make this for other guns besides the 9mm, but look at this. Frag round. Check it out. It goes through and expands out, and it creates an even more deadly than a hollow point when you're shooting Wow. Amazing, huh?
Since the invention of the handgun cartridge, ammunition manufacturers have sought to maximize the lethal potential of its projectiles. With this goal in mind, the founders of G2 Research in Winder, Georgia, have engineered a projectile like no other. That projectile is the radically invasive projectile. The last round you'll ever need.
Wow.
Designed to maximize the dissipation of energy where it is needed and defeat every major obstacle in its path, there is truly nothing else like it. The RIP cartridge is a 96 grain, CNC machined, solid copper, lead-free projectile. At a glance, the differences in geometry between the RIP and any other bullet of the past are quite drastic. The performance of the RIP is achieved utilizing this innovative trocar design. This
Trocar design.
Innovative trocar design. Imagine that guy asking for a cup of coffee. Hi, I'd like a cup of coffee with cream in it. Hold the sugar. You got to be fearful of his voice, you know. Confucius say, man who wants pretty nurse must be patient. That's funny. I've been trying to take calls all night long, but a lot of you guys don't realize.
Well, just call.
Just call. But
707 your ATP.
Yeah, 707 your ATP. Sarah made it so you can't call anonymously anymore, because we were getting a lot of bad calls from trolls. It was bad. A whistleblower is spilling the beans. I spent 3 years serving on Deep Space Fleet. Whoa. Another story of extraterrestrial encounters by our space people coming forward with through the Whistleblower Act. You know, if this is the year for full disclosure, I'm ready for it. I just don't want it to be a fake hologram, you know? You can only imagine how screwed up that would be. Our government is sitting on technology that could literally fake an alien encounter.
No. I mean, they were intense, beaten, but you can get through them. They'll be fine.
If you have extraterrestrials or extraterrestrials, this will be quite an encounter. No, this is extraterrestrial, Xena. Thank you. Sarah's far more thin-skinned than David. Wow. That's just not true. Sarah's been through an amazing life filled with all kinds of adversity.
We're both thick-skinned.
Yeah. You know, when Sarah and I first met each other, my parents were dying. I hate to say that it's a tragic time in a person's life. And Sarah and I went through some of the most horrible experiences in the first 2 years of our relationship. I mean, words that I can't even talk about, descriptions of what I had to go through, are apocalyptic in nature. But I don't make a big deal about it. But Sarah and I have been through fire and storms and hail and chemtrails to get here. So we're pretty much both thick-skinned, believe me. I know, and she's seen, what's really beautiful about Sarah is she still retains her innocent personality.
Thank you.
Even though she's been through a tremendous amount that would jade most people, especially jade Helm. That would jade anybody, you know. Okay, we all go through the chemtrails. Well,
will do, Shrek.
Okay,
Thank
Biden.
you.
Thank you, Shrek. Yeah, we need to clean out our phone calls, and we are going to be doing a radio show. I just haven't, you know, gotten the deal going. I'm just really upset that they want to give me, for $40 a month at Blog Talk Radio, they want to give me only 2 hours to do a show. I mean, I thought for sure I'd be able to run 4 hours, you know, for $40 a month. I mean, it's ridiculous. If you're going to vote for Trump, you go ahead and do that. I'm going to ban you. I consider you not a real person or a supporter in our show. Okay, for anybody who wants to go to hell, maybe, Sarah, this is your time to step out.
I think I'm going to say good night, all. I don't want to go to hell. I want to go, I'm going to be an angel in my next life.
Good. Thank you. Thank you, Sarah.
I'm working toward it anyway.
Well, you're already on your way. You're a saint in my book.
Thank you.
Thank you. So a lot of people want to spend the rest of the night in hell. Okay. Oh, you think you're just because you're a person from a specific religion, you're not going to hell? Wow. So somehow you became God. You know that the Pope just said that there is no hell? Bengalitis is right. Yeah, our Pope. I was a former Catholic. Technically, I'm a baptized Catholic, so they see me as a Catholic. Even though I don't believe in the religion anymore. I believe in God, and I have a personal relationship with the Lord. But bottom line is, our current Pope appears to be a Luciferian. You see, like the Luciferians who believe in Lucifer as the bright and shining light, they don't believe that hell exists. So I think most likely the Pope Francis, being he was the guy, the cardinal in Argentina that oversaw the rat lines, the Vatican rat lines, that's about as evil as it gets when you allow Hitler to come into our country and oversee that. I think he's more likely a Luciferian. They have prophesied that the next pope or the last pope would be the Luciferian. So you think the Catholic Church was taken over by Luciferians after Vatican II? Good point. Do you think if people could alter their DNA, they'd choose to be white? No, I don't think so. I would have been fine being anything. Yeah. You know, I would have loved myself either way. I made an attempt to do an impersonation video of Barack Obama, and all it really taught me was how stupid the American people can be when they misjudge people. I thought being Saturday Night Live, you know, does all kinds of, you know, fun stuff with impersonations, and they did a few impersonations of Barack Obama. But because I'm not part of the elitist culture in the media, the mainstream media, I did this video on YouTube, and it was perceived by some people who suffer from white guilt as being a racist video. And I don't know how bad that could be. I would look pretty good as a black guy, I think. People say, David, you look better as a black guy. Well, I am a part Native American. So, you know. You think I look better white? Really? Well, you obviously haven't seen my most recent Blackface 2 videos, where I think I look pretty dang handsome as a black man. Yeah. Yeah, I went ahead and did another series of videos that you can watch on my channel at YouTube. They're pretty good. Here is my impersonation of Barack Obama as Broken Saint Obamas.
Blackface video ever made in the history of mankind. Like, all right, let's go. Let's get ready to boogie. And I want to say that this is perhaps the most politically correct blackface video ever made in the history of mankind. let's go. Let's get ready to boogie. We're making a mistake about it. Well, let's be clear. We're going to dance. No, hang on. Hang on just a second. All right. I'll take the sunglasses off. Don't worry. Okay. Oh, we're good. Well, let's be clear. All right. Okay. Now, if you're wondering what would make a guy like me do an impersonation video of Barack Obama, I understand that's on a lot of people's minds. Well, number one.
Well, I guess you'll have to actually see the video to watch it. Yeah. I was never on acid. I don't do drugs. I smoke herb. I vape, but that's not a drug. That's a plant. I mean, we love him. The Chinese price index, oh my gosh, 28% down in the value of the stocks. You know, this is what happens when you do somebody in the you know what, Larry. You can't just prop up your currency and expect it to just all of a sudden magically control the world. China is finding out what they're dealing with right now. There's their price index. Yeah, oh yeah. It's up 100 though today. A little rebound action. Okay, please don't say bad things to Vika. We're just starting to get to know her. Yeah, we're trying to be nice. I do Sony acid. Acid by Sony. Finding a cabinet position for the thing on his head. Ooh, I like that. The Donald Trump hairdo. Oh, here it split 2 minutes past the end of the show. See, I knew you were trying to lull me into a little extension on the show. You know, I'm personally of the belief that Israel is fanning the flame of aggression by continuing the Israeli settlements in Jerusalem and on the West Bank. I really do believe that they're pushing the envelope. I don't think that's necessary. They should consolidate their current settlements and make sure that they're safe for their people before they start pressing into areas that clearly are pushing on the anger level of a lot of people. Okay, guess we're going to Donald Trump and his hair. Yeah. You're fired. Let's be clear. Let's be clear. I'm going to make this perfectly clear. You're fired. You're fired. You're fired. You're fired. You're fired. How does he get his mouth to look like that? Sucking lemons? So I'm rich, I'm powerful, and now I want to be president. You're fired. Get out of here. Ivanka, get me a soda. The one with the diet soda. Yeah, I'm going to lose a couple of weight. Yeah, you're fired. Yeah, I mean, you got to admit the guy is completely unhinged. Anybody who'd say that about Mexicans is just really losing track of reality. I mean, it's a country that lives, it's like right next to us. No way should we do that. Go ahead. Oh my gosh, Cyber Jedi's calling. Hey, Cyber Jedi, what's up? What's going on, man?
Hey, buddy. What's going on, man? I wanted to call to apologize.
Why? You never did anything wrong.
Well, I said something. I did, man. Listen, I believe in treating people with respect. I believe people earn that right.
Okay.
You know, I shouldn't have said that. I made a little snappy remark. I didn't call you something derogatory. But your wife read it, and then after I heard her say it, I felt kind of bad about it, and I wanted to apologize about it.
Okay.
That's all, man.
Okay.
It's not a big deal.
Hey, man, I take so many hits every day. You know, even from people that are just getting angry.
You don't take them from me, Dave.
Okay.
That's all I care about.
Okay, we won't.
You know where I'm coming from?
Thank you, man. I appreciate it. Yeah. Thanks for the apology. I really appreciate it. That shows your character. It's nice. At least you're not Bill Cosby. Yeah.
I sent your wife some data packages and pictures of a roof that's been overheated and it liquefied the roof. And my only concern, like I said, I'm not your naysayer. Okay, Solyndra, forget it. It doesn't matter. If you can put that solar roof together like that, and not destroy the roof and not catch it on fire, I'm your guy. I'll build the bastards for you.
All right. Well, you know that Scissor Fight came up with the idea of putting a passive water system underneath it, a heating system, so that it would cool, so it wouldn't heat.
Now that's an idea. See, what Scissor Fight is talking about is what we call in the code, in our illustrious career, a thermal barrier.
Thermal barrier.
What will be needed.
Yeah, thermal barrier.
Well, that's an actual term that we use in our code book, and we have to do it for other reasons, but that is what you're describing. It's called a thermal barrier, something that will displace the heat generated. If you build your solar system on top of your existing, let's say, solar water that we've been doing since the 70s, if you rack mounted a bunch of solar water panels to the roof and then put your solar panels on top of those, well, I build that for you. I'd be proud to build that for you too, because that's a twofer. Not only are you generating electricity, but the heat from the panels is also generating hot water, and it will be hot.
Right.
Okay. Keep in mind the temperature is at 125 degrees. That's what I tell my customers when I go and I dial in their electric.
Right.
And their hot water heater's at 160 degrees, and I ask them why.
Yeah. They don't need that.
They tell me they want it hot, and I tell them, did you know that at 125 degrees, you will burn the hide off of your skin?
Yeah.
You will third-degree burn.
Yeah, it will. Yeah.
It's waste.
You know, I'm running my water heater at 103. I'm serious.
That's great.
It saves me energy.
That's good stuff. That's very, very efficient.
Yep.
You can't use the water. You can't. If you stick your head, it'll burn you.
Yeah.
So what's the point? I mean, unless you just like giving your money away, because that's what you're doing. You're
I know.
giving it to corporate America, shovel and pick.
Yeah. You know, a lot of people don't realize how much more they'd save if they had a water-on-demand hot water heater. And a guy like you is invaluable. They're excellent.
Systems. I've installed about 100 of them of all various shapes and sizes.
Yep, exactly.
And, in the commercial industry, you're seeing that now more and more with the public school system, because of all the little kiddies running around in there. Instead of using a boiler system, they're using on-demand hot water system, which is very, very efficient, but it is also very expensive.
I know. Well, not really. No, I mean, you can buy hot water on demand on eBay. You can buy a lot of eBay deals on hot water on demand if you're willing to set it up. The propane ones are difficult.
Rules.
Yeah, there are rules.
You know, I took some pictures today. My wife was in Winn-Dixie shopping. I went in the dollar store next door and saw the same food on the shelf, perfectly edible, perfectly safe, nothing wrong with it at all, for less than half the price. And I took some pictures of it because my wife she kind of paranoid. But,
is she? She's a little paranoid. Yeah.
You know,
yeah.
This is where our food budget is going. It's 20 feet away. It's in the same building. It's next door. It's funny or now.
Yeah.
Half the price.
Good.
And I took the pictures so I could show her. And now I guess we're shopping over there for certain things.
All right. Well, good for you.
But,
all right. Cool.
Yeah, I'm all about being efficient.
Yeah.
As long as I can be safe.
Okay, I got another call. Hang on. Let me just see if there's another caller that's legitimate. Hold on. Hang on. Hello? Hello?
Hey.
Who's this?
Hey, it's Tracy.
Okay, hang on. Okay, hold on just a second. We'll be right there. Hold on. Okay, Cyberjet, I'm going to sign off, but thank you for calling. Okay? All right. Hey, are you there? Yeah, I'm going to actually hand the phone over to her right now. Okay, hold on. Hey, Sarah?
Coming.
Yeah, we got a call here. One of her friends. Prince Saud was appointed in 1975 as the world's longest-serving foreign minister, replaced, basically he died. Saudi Foreign Minister Prince Saud Al Fazal has died. He was part of Saudi Arabia's efforts to lessen Iran's influence in the region. including conflict with Syria, where Saudi Arabia has been supporting several rebel groups. Interesting. We'll see if the dynamic of their government changes. We talked about the robot baby learning how to express emotions tonight.
That's a smiling face. It can.
Gosh. Yeah.
Pretty smart device that learns to interact with you, can do things in real time. UCSD researchers working with other labs across the country and even scientists in Japan are hoping their humanoid robots can be used in therapy sessions with special needs children, helping develop their social interactions. But there are even bigger plans for Diego Sanz. So imagine a robot learns from watching a human how to do it. The robot becomes an expert, but then the robot can also teach a novice. Similar technology is already being tested elsewhere to use robots to do advanced manufacturing work. But the material that covers the face is actually very pliable. Today, Diego Sanz isn't moving as researchers are still working to develop the technology to bring advanced movement to the rest of its body.
Yeah, you'd think that might be good, you know. What good is a robot that doesn't move? I mean, Asimov, you know, Asimov is the technology that was introduced over 10 years ago now by Honda. You wouldn't believe, I mean, you'd think in 10 years they'd be building something even more amazing than this, but whoa, what's wrong with the audio here? Yeah, look at Asimov. That's 10-year-old technology. You can imagine now they've got a robot that'll wipe your ass. It's called, I'm just kidding, Robo Asswipe. The newest technology created by the digital technology toilet revolution. Robo Asswipe will provide you toilet paper needed to wipe your ass. And there's also the brand new Butt Scratcher 5000. An amazing new technology that will scratch your butt simply by clicking your fingers. Woo. Bouncy, bouncy. All right, so we really are kind of in a world of all kinds of weirdness. You know, you got Asimov, robotics, you got holograms, you got robot babies. I mean, it's just getting out of control here. And you got Dubai. It's just bizarre what's going on there. This robotic hologram. Oh, it's a hologram, actually. Oh, I can't show kids on the show. But yeah, it's kind of amazing. They can present holograms in front of people and they actually believe that they're dinosaurs. White House silent as Kate Stanley laid to rest, yet 3 Obama officials attending Mike Brown and Freddie Gray's funeral. Really?
Breaking tonight, the young woman gunned down by an illegal immigrant in San Francisco was just laid to rest, surrounded by friends and family.
You know, I'm not here to focus on one particular tragic murder because somebody made a mistake and said that all Mexicans are rapists and murderers. I think that's a pretty cheap shot, and I'm not going to even bring it up. It just blows my mind that Donald Trump would go out of his way to single-handedly pull one case out and make it like the justification for his outrageous generalization. He did say all, yeah. No, he didn't say all Mexicans, no. He didn't, you're right. He didn't say all. He said most, which is just as bad. Here's a funny picture of Trump. Yeah, I saw that earlier. I didn't think it was that funny. I'll put it on the screen, but I've got even better pictures of Trump. I have Trump in compromising positions where he's actually spending money instead of borrowing it. Let's just 5 million, 1 million, 5, whatever. 4 bankruptcies and he still thinks he controls the world. There's something wrong with a person who went from under $1 billion on Forbes top billion. He didn't even make the Forbes top 500 list a couple of years back, so he sued Forbes, right? And he wanted to get Forbes to somehow admit fault, so he sued them. And then when they did a study of his assets, they found out that he had 1.3 billion that they knew of, maybe, but now he's got 9 billion and growing. I mean, I smell something wrong here. Yet in debt? I mean, how could a person have $8 or $9 billion and go from that little number I told you to 8 or 9 billion, and he's still in debt? I mean, the whole thing's a joke. I smell a Mexican. That's what you're saying? Yeah, he has an unlimited credit line, exactly. Because he's hooked up like an umbilical cord to the Federal Reserve, and he's sucking off the corporate tit of their expanded currency. It makes me sick to see a corporate elitist act like he's going to help our nation. Well, he better start endorsing what I'm doing if he really wants my approval, I'll tell you that. Yeah, he's deep in debt. He had 4 bankruptcies. The whole thing is a house of cards, a chimera, a facade. But if he really does have over $1 billion, I mean, sure, whatever. The Apprentice was Trump's only positive cash flow. And he made, what, $70 million a year on that or some ridiculous thing? And then he didn't even own the title to the show. So they kicked him off. Mark Burnett owned the name of the show. I mean, hello? He could have started the Intern show. You know, the celebrity intern. Oh no, but that would have taken actual work, and you would have had to hire a staff and a production team like Mark Burnett did. His casino's a bust. The guy is just scrambling. Now he's going to run for president. I wouldn't doubt he goes bankrupt again after this entire fiasco. But worst case scenario, he's going to put our nation in jeopardy. Because a guy like that will continue borrowing and not build the traction necessary to build this economy and to gain the kind of small business jobs that are available. 60% of our job growth will come from small business. A guy like him doesn't understand small business. Thank you. I would love to end the show, but I'm going to torture you by keeping going here. And he's gaining weight and getting fat. Yeah, I'm losing weight. I lost 2 ounces yesterday working out. My fellow Americans, I am not Richard Nixon. I am not a crook. I really do like Richard Nixon's kind of funny. I'm not like Richard Nixon. Keep going. Yeah, you missed the whole show. A fight breaks out at East St. Louis, and a girl ran over 5 of her rivals with her car. Is the world becoming a video game, folks? I mean, seriously, this is really tragic. Unbelievable story from Scissor Fight. Damn. A fight breaks out in East St. Louis, and a girl ran over 5 of her rivals with her car. Wow. The carnage. No pun intended. MediaTakeout.com learned that a fight broke out yesterday in Lincoln Park area of East St. Louis. We're told the fight was between a group of girls. It was over someone allegedly sleeping with someone else's baby's father. The fight was extremely brutal. The girls pulling out tasers and using it on each other. Ran over. Wow. What is the world coming to? I think everybody thinks that life is a video game. You used to play around the arch? Really? That was your home playground? Well, do you know that St. Louis is built on one of the largest Indian mounds, Native American mounds in the world? Yeah. You want to look into the deep history of America before white men come to America? You need to look into the reality that the mound builders built St. Louis. Yeah. There's a massive mound underneath that area that is absolutely an archaeological treasure trough of treasures. A treasure trough of treasure chests. But we never even looked into the mound builders. Yeah, look it up, the mound builders. We're talking about 10,000 BC. The Olmec and Toltec tribes that lived in North America and South America. A treasure trough. David, are you hungry? Okay, thank you, expired food. Well, I've got enough expired food in my kitchen to not worry about calling you. Thank you. I've been buying most of my food in the expired food section at the local market. It's fun. I like to buy stuff that's cheaper than everywhere else. Yeah. I would love to save Greece, but I can't even save America right now. I've seen your mountains. They're beautiful. I can find a steak there sometimes. Yeah, I know. And you know, the older that steak is, the more tender it is. What do you think Angus beef is? How the hell did you post a link and you're a guest? Seriously, what do you know that we don't? Look at that guest. He just posted a link. Check that out. You see that? How did that happen? I know. What kind of a deal is his name guest? I think he just calls himself guest. A guided meditation.
Sit or lie comfortably, quietly. Allow yourself to be here, fully, in this moment. With your eyes closed, begin to connect with your inner world of thought and feeling. Gradually, let the horseshit of the external world fade from your awareness. If you find your mind wandering to other thoughts, don't let it concern you.
Thank you. Sorry to interrupt your call.
No, that's fine. Cyber Jedi, we had to drop that call. Oh, let it play?
Just acknowledge that all that shit is fucking bullshit.
That's great. I don't like the use of the F word, or the S word for that matter. I've never said the F word on our show. I've said it in real life. Like when I said, hey, you want to go? Hey, have you ever... We have to do something about, what, the Mexicans? We don't need to do anything. Yeah, they'll just leave. Stop actually hiring them. You know, if we prosecuted everybody who hired illegals, we wouldn't have any illegal aliens in our country. I mean, it's that simple. We just need to prosecute people, like Leona Helmsley. Dave's chances of the presidency are good. You see that? Yeah, I don't let anything slip by this show. Please do not be disrespectful of Oma. Thank you. And I will ban you if you continue attacking Oma. You don't understand why a rich person can run no problem, but a guy like David, just because he's not that loaded, can't get media attention. That should be discrimination. I agree, guest 519. Thank you. I've been running 7 years now on our blog show. And as you know, we've got a very good show. And we are amazed at all the limitations on the mainstream media. We've sent press releases out. They don't get responded to ever. They even came to my house to interview me when I did that blackface video. And they were expecting to see some racist. And I said, no, I've never said a racial slur in my life. I did the blackface video to impersonate Barack Obama, who I consider to be an incompetent president. And the lady said, well, let me ask you a question. Do you think the blackface video hurt you or helped you? And I said, well, it took 6 years for your cameras at Cairo TV to come to my front door and interview me about my third party, so I guess it's helping. And sure enough, she walked away and that film was completely thrown in the dumpster. She never aired it. She even tried to trick my neighbor into saying something bad about me. And they do it on Saturday Night Live all the time, yeah. We're looking at the worst censorship in U.S. history. They've got a Soviet-style control over the media, the mainstream media. And for all of you who do get your information from the blogosphere, you actually way more educated, way more informed than the average viewer of mainstream media television. Seriously. So we, right now, are dealing with this huge barrier, the mainstream media. I did blackface. Well, maybe I should go to a hip-hop club and dance with Sarah in blackface, but she would not approve. Sarah doesn't approve of the blackface video. I did this because I wanted to do it. It's not only the media, Dave. The censorship has seeped into the average person's mind. Drud, KH, thank you. I'm never going to kiss and bend over to Israel. I've even openly said that I'm not going to accept AIPAC money, period. Well, if they're flagging my videos and they're going to take my videos down, I assure you, I will be walking right into the ACLU's office and we will file a lawsuit against Google. I've already talked to my attorney. We have every right to do it. I just said I did an Obama impression. That's what the blackface video is. Yeah. Well, you guys are going to be seeing a major change because once I get the ACLU involved, automatically it becomes a court case and automatically it becomes front page center news. So ironically, if they want to pull my video off, it's the worst thing they can do because it'll cost them dearly. Alrighty? What do you got here? A robot that doesn't work. That's great. Good for you. You're so special. Poor robot, yeah. Anyway, that would be the biggest mistake they'd ever made if they tried to pull off the video I just showed you on YouTube. They could flag it all they want. It wouldn't matter to me. Spaz Nation, I told you I do not want you slandering beautiful Oma here. I don't even know what she looks like, but people tell me she's a beautiful woman and she has her own show sometimes, and show some respect, man. Stavros says, David, my cousin Malaka wants to make it to the U.S. What do you suggest she does to apply? Well, Stavros, if I'm president, she'll have the fast-track naturalization program. She'll be able to get a U.S. citizenship in her own home country. If she's hot as hell, that's fine. I mean, I'm not here, this isn't a big, admiration society. I'm just saying, thank you. Her story is compelling, and I think all of you should talk about that, not how beautiful she is, or any other statements. The backwards...
Hey, it's Destin. Welcome back to Smarter Every Day. You've heard people say it's just like riding a bike, meaning it's really easy and you can't forget how to do it, right? But I did something. I did something that damaged my mind. It happened on the streets of Amsterdam, and I got really scared, honestly. I can't ride a bike like you can anymore. Before I show you the video of what happened, I need to tell you the backstory. Like many 6-year-olds with a MacGyver mullet, I learned how to ride a bike when I was really young. I had learned a life skill, and I was really proud of it. Everything changed, though, when my friend Barney called me 25 years later. Where I work, the welders are geniuses, and they like to play jokes on the engineers. He had a challenge for me. He had built a special bicycle, and he wanted me to try to ride it. He had only changed one thing. When you turn the handlebar to the left, the wheel goes to the right. When you turn it to the right, the wheel goes to the left. I thought this would be easy, so I hopped on the bike ready to demonstrate how quickly I could conquer this.
And here he is, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Destin Salmon. First attempt riding the bicycle.
Okay, I don't think we need to pay attention to this, but let's just go to the next level.
It was really weird, though. It's like there was this trail in my brain, but if I wasn't paying close enough attention...
Unlearning how to ride a bike.
Okay, so the key to making 2.8 million subscribers on YouTube is to be an absolute nutcase, airhead, imbecile, riding a bike backwards. Oh, I should have known better. Gee, why didn't I put my head through a plate glass window 6 years ago? Wow. Right when Jackass the movie was kicking into gear. Wow, unbelievable. It's like a brain drain. Hello, Malaka. It's a great video, Scissor Fight. Well, that's why it has 9 million hits, okay? And they promote things like that where people act like absolute idiots riding bikes. That's great. It's insane what's popular on YouTube, I know. Well, the Jackass guy, one of the guys died. Yeah. I'm not into smelling bicycle seats, so no, I'm not a big bicycle connoisseur. But if I was, believe me, I'd have a whole rack of bicycle seats to smell. I'm protecting Bish too. Bish, don't treat Bish disrespectfully. Thank you. Well, you should hire Michelle Obama as your transgender escort. I don't own any bicycle. I gave up my bike riding when I crashed 3 times. Nearly died. Yeah, it was actually 2 times I crashed. I used to go on these hellaciously long bike trips when I was a kid. No, I'm not gay. I used to go on No, I'm not high either. I used to go on a hellaciously long bike trips, like 40-mile bike trips when I was a kid. And I'd have this, you know, great 8-speed. At the time, 8-speed was like really, really great. Now, what do you get, 24 speeds now? No, I crashed 2 times in my life on a bike, not 3 times. The first time I was driving down the road, I was driving down Pacific Coast Highway to Long Beach on one of my long trips. I was like 13 years old. You are transgender? Yeah, of course, we allow transgenders here. Yes, welcome. Well, no, I was driving on. I was about 10 miles per hour. That's how fast you go in a... No, I didn't vape. That's how fast you go in a vehicle like that. And this entire station wagon filled with Mexicans pulled by me. Okay, M3M, know a name? What's up? I'm good. What's your question, man?
Oh no, what's the question? Yeah, you remember me though, right?
Oh yeah, dude, I totally do. Yeah, what's the question, dude?
Totally, man. So this is about more of Jews.
Oh, dude, like you talked about Jews on the show. Like, don't be like singling the races out, dude. Yeah, you know, you like don't treat people like different because they're like different, you know. All right, so I was on the bike and this entire station wagon filled with Mexicans, and you were hearing this mariachi music playing in the background. I'm hearing this come up on me in the back, and I'm looking off to my left, and the guy slows his station wagon down. And there's a guy sitting on the back of the station wagon, and he literally kicks my bike. I'm going like, I'd say 10, 15 miles per hour, you know. He literally kicks my bike, and I literally drop. This is a bike, by the way, I polished and I took care of. He literally kicked me into gravel. Well, when you don't kill somebody that you can't even see as they're driving off, you're like, you're gravel going, picking up your body with blood all over yourself. I don't have a microphone issue. Yeah. Anyway, it was a disaster. That was the first time I crashed. The next time, I don't want to talk about it. So Sarah and I don't ride bikes. She's not into bikes. I'm not into bikes. It was road rage, yeah. You know, I can tell you, it can get a little bit weird on your epididymis when you're riding a bike for 40 miles. My mic is crackling? Well, how come you're the only one that hears it? Maybe your audio is off. It has a blaring sound? Really? Will you stop saying bad things about Jewish people? You know how I feel about anti-Semites here? My mic is fine. Is that how you got those dents in your forehead? Yep, that's how it happened. 2 bicycle crashes. This is the first one right here, and this is the second one. It's like slammed right into the ground. Boom! Are you saying now that I'm Jewish? Oy vey, how dare you accuse me of being Jewish? I'm not Jewish. I'm actually from Germanic heritage. We have a castle in the town of Sponheim in Germany. Yeah, the Sponheim Castle. Would you like to go there? Would you like to see the House of Sponheim? No, it didn't come that way. I crashed into the ground. That's how I got these defined wrinkles. Hey, this is nothing to brag about. Believe me, if I wanted to brag, I'd have to be like somebody other than me to have wrinkles that are even worse. If I wanted to add bragging rights to my list of wrinkles, I'd be like Gordon Ramsay. Now, he's 7 years younger than me. Now, that guy's got some serious wrinkles, you know. When you look at him, you go, oh, yeah, what's going on with that guy? You know, a lot of stress. 7 years younger than me. Piss off! My God, man, pull yourself together! Piss off! The risotto is mushy! Anyway, it's raw. It's raw. I mean, that guy's ruining the idea of cooking. I mean, he's to Julia Childs like Jesus is to, or excuse, like Satan is to Jesus. The purple dents in my forehead are part of my third eye. What do you mean? MasterChef is ruining cooking as well. Well, that's the problem. They're turning cooking into a terrible experience. I brought you in tonight, if you saw the beginning of the show, and you can see it in the archive, simply by going to our recorded video broadcast at youtube.com/America's Third Party. Go ahead. I don't know. I can't tell you why decent callers don't call. Why don't you call me? Hello. What's your question? I can hear you. Go ahead. What's your question?
Oh, this is Michael Anderson.
Hi, Michael. What's up?
Well, I was actually calling to talk to you tonight about the newest cult that's been taking over America, the Rape Society for the Moral Guidance and Teachings of the Sasquatchians.
What?
Are you familiar with our program?
God. No, I'm not into your moral teachings. This is not a religious show. Here's an online text-to-speech broadcaster. Let's use that as an indication.
Free online text-to-speech synthesizer.
There you go. See? So why don't you just do this?
Why don't you just do this? E.T.
Okay, we'll take that call. There is no power team. Go ahead. What's your question? Yes. Hello. Been there, done that. Hello. How are you?
For technical support.
Yes. Thank you. May I help you? Please let me take over your computer.
Help me fix the Sharpie machine.
I will love to help you. Let me take over your. What is the password to your operating system so that I can take over your computer? Okay, thank you. You know the guy. He's in New Delhi. He makes a lot of money, $3,000 a year, taking calls for Verizon. Hello, may I help you with Verizon? Is calling? Yes. Go ahead. What's your question? Yes, what's your question? Come on, spit it out.
E.T. come. E.T. come.
I don't want to talk to any of you people. I better close the show down. This is really sad. You don't want to interview me. You're not even the mainstream media. You're some sort of a Nazi. I don't want attention. I want mass media time. I want 1 second to talk about the issues. I've got a whole speech, a 1 second speech, worked out for the mainstream media. You ready for my 1 second spiel? Okay, here it is. Help! Help! No, that's 2 seconds. Help is 1 second. Help! I need somebody. Help! Not just anybody. Help! I need somebody. I shut it down. Yeah, we're not taking any more calls tonight. The kitchen is closed. You can't make news anymore, Nightcloud. Most of the journalists are dead. Like Michael Hastings, the good ones are all dead. The ones on the TV are just bubble-headed, bleach blonde readers. They're not journalists. The news that you're seeing on the daily news is all being generated by computers. Computers are running the entire event. I will not shut this show down. I'm maintaining position, and I'm going to maintain this show as long as I want. You can call me. Call me at 707 your ATP. Operator is standing on. You can't make me shut anything down. You don't control this. I control the horizontal and the vertical. Look, you're so used to having a mamby-pamby wimp of a puppet president like Barack Obama, you wouldn't even know what to do with a guy like me. Let's take this call. Go ahead. What's the question?
How do you feel about Barack Obama?
He's a liar. He's a liar. He's a cheater. He's an illegal alien. He's a Muslim. He's a homosexual. He's a crackhead. I mean, what do you want to go into? Any one of those areas we can talk for an hour or so. Your radio is blasting in the background. Shut it off. Yes, talk to me about some of your expired food recipes. Give it to me. A biological weapon was used on the San Francisco's fog in 1950 in a simulated germ warfare attack. This was just the start of many such tests around the country that would go on in secret for years. Thank you, Guest 684. That was excellent. Yeah, you just talked about a biotest that was done in San Francisco in 1950. Just like the chemtrails in our skies. Why would I answer a phone call from a guy named Foreskin? I do believe that there is life outside of our planet. I just don't believe they have any intelligence. Otherwise, they would have come down here and said, "What are you doing? Why are you killing off this beautiful Earth?" Yeah, if we really, really wanted aliens to help us, we wouldn't be dealing with origamis, you know, that move around on a table. I mean, how stupid is this? Sounds like somebody on a respirator. Go ahead. What's your question?
Question for you right now.
Yeah, what's your question?
Last time Sarah was on the...
You can't talk to me about Sarah. I'm not going to talk about that. Talk about the issues, man. Don't focus on us. I told you it's a bannable offense if you call us in and start demoralizing our show. What's your position on genital mutilation? Well, I would probably be bent over. I wouldn't want it, for one. What position would you take if you were being mutilated? Dave, answer, Foreskin. The test was a success, as Rebecca Creston explains over at Discover magazine. One of the largest human experiments in history. The unsuspecting residents of San Francisco certainly could not consent to the military germ warfare test. And there's good evidence that it could have caused the death of at least one resident of the city, Edward Nevin, and hospitalized 10 others. Wow. No, I think you better save yourself for another night. You're all spent. You've already done your deed. You've blown your load. Go ahead. What's your question? Yeah, I will not answer that. That's Foreskin. All right, well, technically, we needed people with real questions tonight. We got a lot of strolls. I read what the Army did to St. Louis, too. Yeah, what you don't understand, people, is your government is being run by corporate industrialists outside of the country. They don't care one bit about you or your heir. There's a thing called the Environmental Impact Statement, in which I filed a complaint 2 years ago. And that complaint was designed to stop the chemtrails, the illegal use of sonar, and every other poison that they're dumping in our atmosphere. But I got to tell you, folk, I'm going to save the ending of the show. I got to tell you, the Environmental Impact Statement that they have agreed upon, our Congress has agreed upon, it is completely messed up. It says that they can do nuclear, biological, and chemical testing on the Atlantic and the Pacific seaboard. It's legal for them to test nuclear, biological, and chemical agents over your house. Thank you for that, Bug Monster. It's not BS. Read it. No, you are stupid. You need, look it, dude, just go check out the EIS report. Just Google it. Let's do that, okay? EIS report. You ready? God. I mean, calling me stupid. A person with 185 IQ. Isn't this amazing? And you're calling me a homosexual? A flagrant heterosexual you're calling a homosexual? You're bad. But yeah, if you want to find out about the EIS report, just Google it. It's real simple. And in it, you'll be blown away. They've got one for the Atlantic seaboard and one for the Pacific, and it's just crazy. They're using it at an NBC testing zone. Yeah, so they think, the government thinks it's okay as long as they tell you. It's a flagrant misuse of your rights. Dave's show is getting better to get drunk to, more than so than the Super Bowl. Wow. Well, I guess you're not one of those people that's smoking pot. I was told by somebody in the room the other night who was posting these ridiculous links. Nightcloud has a good one on biotesting right there. Okay, this is an update. Actor Tom Selleck has been charged with stealing water to irrigate his avocado farm and ranch in Southern California, according to Ventura County. Well, let's not talk about your Jewish neighbor. I don't think it's relevant. Look, if I spent one single night with Caitlyn Jenner in my swim spa, the most that would happen is that guy would be like, he would be like doing what this 35, I had a friend for 35 years that did the same thing to me. I'm serious. He invited me into his swim spa, and Sarah too. And we're sitting there going, oh yeah, how you doing, man? And he starts to grab me under the water. It's like, hey man, how you doing? He's like touching my leg. It's like, what are you doing, man? This is a swim spa. Yeah. So it'd be the same kind of situation with Caitlyn. Very grabby. And then we got inside, and he sits next to me in the couch, and he starts to touch me and say, hey Dave, I really love you, man. I said, dude, we've been friends for 35 years. Why are you coming on to me like this? This is insane. Are you gay? Well, I'm glad I wasn't approached by Bill Cosby, or it would have been like a seriously weird experience. But no, this is an interesting site. Don't judge the site by its cover. Just because, you know, they're talking about biotesting and therapy and the guy looks a little flaky doesn't mean you should, you know. But this just came in from Nightcloud. This man feels really blessed to have met and trained with Fred Fox, who's fascinated by Fred's work and impressed with the improvement in my health after Fred worked on me. Why are we looking at a biotesting, some biofeedback guy who's, I mean, it's like telling people to go to the Hale Bob. It's like, I don't want to come off as some sort of a weirdo whack job. I mean, this is kind of strange. I mean, when you think about it, it's getting weirder and weirder every day. Anything's possible. I mean, if you don't do something now, we're going to be facing imminent disaster. I sent my people to Hale Bob, and everyone's much better now. We have a new life. Been renewed again in the Lord. Did you hear the theory that the Hale Bob group was actually hacking into the 128-bit encryption system that they're using in the banking industry, and that they'd never killed themselves? That's got to be one of the weirdest stories ever. Many of you are too young to remember Hale Bob, but unlike me, unlike you, I am old enough to remember Hale Bob. And I can tell you, thank you, Stavros, I'm not going to get my white Nikes and my leisure pants, and I would never have done that. But the story, the real interesting conspiracy theory that all these people, what, 47 people died in a house in Newport Beach? They all killed each other with drinking some sort of poison? Wow, 500 particle minutes per liter in San Francisco in the fog. Wow, that's crazy. You wouldn't happen to have a link, would you? And guess what? Their website is still up. They must have paid for it in perpetuity. But here it is, red alert, now claiming that you can get closer to heaven on their website, heavensgate.com. As promised, the keys to Heaven Gate are here again. I mean, this is bizarre. But the theory is that this is weird. They were so good at programming and good coders that they were actually able to break through the 128-bit encryption, and that's why they were terminated. Isn't that a wild conspiracy theory? They all died, yeah. I think that's wild. I don't know what to believe. All I know is it's weird. You know, David, look it up. One of the largest human experiments in history was conducted on unexpected residents in San Francisco. I believe you. Well, look, at every day they're conducting an experiment on me. Okay? So you want me to go look up some experiment that happened 50 years ago? Or 60 years ago? 65 years ago? I have not plugged into the Matrix, but every day I've got an experiment going on right above my house. Now, I'm bringing this up because this is perhaps the strangest, weirdest use of technology ever, folks. But now that I have you in the room, I want all of you to know this is a political channel, and we're trying to address political issues. But one of the most sinister issues of all is the artificial use of weather modification systems flying over our heads every day. There's nothing delusional about what I'm doing. I'm a very realistic, grounded person. And like anybody wanting to run for president and help the country, I'm doing just that. Thank you. We are the guinea pigs. That's right. Well, it's seriously happening. Well, it does bring rain. It brought a lot of rain to the Pacific Northwest, and we've had bumper rain up here throughout the whole year and past year. We've had more rain per year in the state of Washington than we've ever had since the chemtrails were flying over our head. This is a test. For the next few seconds, this station will be conducting a test of the America's third-party broadcasting system. This is only a test. Please do not adjust your dial. I'm not lost. You seem lost yourself. I'm going to purge your comment. But this weather situation, I will not answer the phone. I know nothing. Has gotten out of control. Look at this. Massive. These are not photoshops, folks. This is real. Well, HARP integrates with them. And I was about to mention HARP, but thank you, Serve. You've served me well. HARP, the High Frequency Active Auroral Research Project that was based in Alaska, has now been replicated around the world at various points they use for triangulation. And this in combination with the actual chemtrails themselves creates a slurry of chemicals that can be altered to create weather modification. And this is being done at such a high level that even the FAA is unaware that these flights are going on. Seriously, planes have nearly collided with chemtrail planes and not even known they were in the same airspace. It's serious, and I'm not talking about chemtrails to discredit myself, because I know a lot of people are going to say, oh my God, what a whack job. I'm talking about them because for years, I believed that they were just condensation coming off the planes. I believed that story, and I saw these dating back to the 80s. No, I've never been to a gay disco. I'm not gay. I'm not 58, I'm 55, and you need to go away. There was nothing rough about my childhood. I had a picture-perfect childhood. In fact, if I look back at my childhood, up until the age of 5 years old, it was almost like a dream. It was the best childhood anyone could ever have. Nope, I'm not a delusional hack either, and that's, again, purgeable and bannable if you want to lose your name, Sweet D. I'm just trying to solve problems that other people aren't willing to even admit are problems. Well, that sounds like only 144,000 tickets will be sold for the lower orbit Earth evacuation platforms. That's absurd. That's like saying only 44,000 people will enter the gates of heaven. What an idiot. Is this a response or is this a recording? You can get a response by saying, can we have a discussion on the economy? I am an economics major. I'd love to hear your view. Okay. Let's drop out of the scientific discussion about that and enter into a discussion about our concept of economics. Okay? Now, like I said earlier, we wrote a book, and that book is called Hybrid Capitalism. And like I said earlier, it's important that you remember these things. The book is a dynamic depiction of how this country can get a return on investment. Now, there's a blank screen for a reason, because you have a blank thought in your head. What's going on? Well, I'm going to show you what hybrid capitalism is. Hybrid capitalism is a concept where the government loops capital. We no longer rely on your tax dollars, your precious tax dollars. We actually take funding from investment sources like renewable energy savings bonds, like I said earlier. Very good stuff. They could save the nation. But our ideas are very advanced. We have solar plans to create solutions to the solar panel crisis, like this one. Check out this statistic I read earlier. Furnishing every home American with solar panels would cost less than the Iraq and Afghanistan wars combined, and would save taxpayers more than $162 billion a year. So why hasn't this been done? How come we haven't created solar panels that would solve the problems facing our country? Because there's no profit incentive in it. Well, we have constructed a profit incentive for this country, a way to get this country back on track, to loop capital. There I am. I accidentally got rid of myself. So the concept is real. We simply get the government to get a return on investment. We allow the government to compete in the private sector, and we lower. A Harvard student wants to call in. Okay, I'll make the phone available. Go ahead. We got 3 minutes to talk to a Harvard student. Go ahead. So I presented this concept, not the word hybrid capitalism, but the concept. I presented this to the legendary economist Milton Friedman in 1978. Well, I had a big argument with Milton Friedman at Ackerman Union in 1978, and it was in front of about 10 grad students that were sitting around listening and going, "Yes, Milton, what can I hear from you next, Milton? Yes, Milton." And I just went right at Milton. I said, "Milton, Mr. Friedman." Okay, we got a possible caller here. Hello?
Yes, hello, David.
Hi.
I'm actually calling tonight to talk to you. I'm a transgender otherkin. I was wondering, when your presidency takes over, are we going to be welcome to be ourselves in public and in the workplaces? Are we going to be able to wear our natural selves out in public?
Whatever you want to do.
President?
Yes, absolutely. Yep. You do whatever you want to do. Let it all hang out. Just don't be indecent. Okay?
Well, it's not going to be indecent. I'm just a transgender otherkin. I mean, I'm not one of these homosexuals or something.
Whatever you are, just be yourself, man. Be yourself and don't worry about it. Yeah, just stop worrying about it. You know, a lot of you are so worried about being transgender or homosexual. Just accept your being and love yourself. Well, whatever the hell you are, accept who you are and move on. Okay?
Do you know what an otherkin is?
No, and I don't care either. Wow. They want to actually export their sickness and perversion onto other people. It's bizarre. Yeah, do whatever you're going to do, but do it on your own, man. Exactly. All right. So here's the concept in a nutshell. We get the government to build solar panels that are under $1 a watt. Mass production, kind of like Henry Ford and the Ford Motor Company and how they made mass production cars. We're going to make mass production solar panels and put them out there for people to actually put on their roofs for under $10,000. Seriously. And if you can't afford it, one will be appointed to you. We're going to get you a solar panel and lease your rooftop. Okay. Another idea is generic pharmaceuticals. The government creates generic pharmaceuticals. Doesn't in any way jeopardize the industry for the big pharma, because a lot of people can't even afford the current name brand pharmaceuticals that they need to save their lives. So the American government will get involved in actually creating generic blood pressure medication that people will buy for $20 for 30 pills, as opposed to $250. Or that new medication to stop Hep C, it's $2,200 a pill. But when I approached Milton Friedman about the concept of the government actually getting a return on investment, he called it socialism. He didn't really understand what I was talking about. I said, I think the government could help stimulate the private sector. He said, no. I said, okay, so what would you do if automation takes over your capitalist economy, Milton Friedman? I asked him that. And he said, the free market will solve everything. Well, the free market's going to want more automation. They're not going to want to hire human beings when they get robots. The free market will solve everything. What happens when America loses production? And we've lost quite a bit of production over the past 35 years since I talked to Milton Friedman. The free market will solve everything. Well, what happens when our country loses its gross domestic product advances and drops 10-20%? The free market will solve everything. Was the free market will solve everything, and there's nothing free about it. Thank you. My audio sucks. Go to Yale. I'm too intelligent for Yale. They actually rejected me at Yale. I submitted my application to 5 major universities, and they all rejected me. And the free market is a joke. I would love to see the free market come back, but it's the subsidized market right now. All right, we're going to say goodnight. It's been a great show. I really enjoyed having all of you, and I hope all of you enjoyed being had. I didn't mean that. I'm glad you came here. It's a joke. I'm not in any way lying to anybody when I say I am running for president, because I truly am. And we are running a campaign to build this third party, in case you didn't know. So I'm asking all of you, in case you don't want to donate or anything like that, just mention that we are a third party and we're out there at third party. That our text logo, we are on Twitter at third party, and our website's americasthirdparty.com. If you want to send us a donation, you make it to americasthirdparty@gmail.com. All right, thank you everyone for coming in. It's third party all over the place. We're going to play you a little bit of a video. Should bring you into the next dimension. Have a good night, Roche. Thank you. It's been great. Thank you for coming in. I'm going to look at the Fiesto air jelly just to calm you down, and then we'll go from there into other cool technology.